Hey everybody, welcome back to my garage. It's Friday, got to get down on Friday. I don't know why I just did that, sorry, my daughter does that every Friday at school. So it's drilled into my head. Anyway, how is everybody doing today? And we're going a little bit live, a little bit earlier, we're going very live, a little bit earlier tonight. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome if you're a returning viewer watching this live. Welcome if you're a returning viewer watching the replay. Welcome if you're a brand new viewer who's never seen me before live. And welcome if you are a brand new first time watcher of a replay. Whew, welcome everybody. In short, how are you all doing? Jaden is here first. Jaden was first in the chat saying first. Jaden, welcome back. I hope you're doing well. This Friday. And the main stream that we're going to be talking about tonight, we're going to be talking about candles, Roman candles. But because we started a little bit earlier than I said we were going to, for the next half hour or so, I'm just going to skim some cakes and we'll talk about that in a bit. But then we're going to talk about candles. That's what we're going to be the main focus of this stream. We're also going to recap a little bit on what we spoke about on the last stream in terms of some F2 products from Classic and the safety distances of those. You will not believe Classic's response. I have had a response. We'll talk about that in a little while when more people are on, so stay tuned for that. You won't want to miss it. A few more people in the chat. Mohammed is here. Mohammed says, do you know where to get dumb bum bangers in the UK? First of all, they're not bangers. Dum bum fireworks are rare to get hold of these days because they're not imported into the UK anymore. There might be the odd retailer that still has some in stock, but going forward, you're not going to be able to buy them anymore because they're not being imported into the UK. Bulletproof Mum is here. Hello, happy Friday. How are you? I hope you're doing well. And Carlos is here as well. Hello, Carlos. Welcome back in. Because I see Bulletproof Mum and Carlos in the chat. We've got the candle. I've got the candle. I shall write your names on it a little bit later in the stream. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, again, we'll come back to that in a bit. KG Pyro is here. KG Pyro says, hello, KG Pyro. Welcome into my stream. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Mark. I'm in the UK, in Greater Manchester. I do fireworks. I do fireworks professionally. I do them as a hobby. And my channel is all about fireworks. My streams and my content is all family friendly. And I'm all about the safe, promoting the safe and responsible use of fireworks. You're not going to find anything dangerous or illegal or crazy things like that to do with fireworks on my channel. It's all family friendly and it's all safe and responsible. So that's who I am. That's what this channel's about. If that sounds good, stick around. We have a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun on yesterday's stream, not yesterday's stream, the stream 2 days ago, when we were trying to decipher pictograms on the side of fireworks. Oh, that was so funny. Had everybody in stitches, me included. If you didn't see that stream, go back and watch that another time. Not now, obviously stick around for this one. This one might be just as much fun, who knows? Anything can happen on these live streams. That's what I love about going live. It's so much fun and anything can happen. So yeah, that's what my channel's about. If that sounds good, keep watching. If that sounds good, click like on this video. Let YouTube know that actually, hey, other people might like this as well. And if you enjoy my channel, you can subscribe. And if you enable all notifications, YouTube will even notify you whenever I go live like this. I say I wasn't planning on going live for another half an hour tonight, but I was ready and I was just killing time. I was like, well, let's just go live a little bit earlier. Why not? So because I don't stream to a schedule, I just stream, as and when. If you enable notifications, all notifications, then YouTube will let you know whenever I go live. Whew, I'm 1 hour already. I've only been going 5 minutes. 4 minutes, in fact. Wow, it felt longer. Okay, so as I say, for the next 25 minutes, I'm just going to skim some cakes. They needed doing. I could have done them off stream. I thought, let's do them on stream. And then we'll move on to candles at the top of the hour. Or thereabouts. If you know from my stream, timekeeping is not we don't get anything done really. I get nowhere near as much done on these streams as I'd like, but I love hanging out with you guys. It's so much fun. Heather Springer is here. Hello Heather, welcome back in. Good to have you here this Friday evening here in the UK. Okay, so we covered these cakes a little bit on the last stream. These are some of the cakes, the barrages that are going to be in my central firing section at the back. For those of you who don't know what we're talking about, this might be the first stream you've watched of mine. In a couple of weeks' time, I'm doing a public display in Liverpool. Space is really quite restricted, quite limited, so I have to use smaller fireworks. So I have to be quite creative in what I can do to put on a big display using small fireworks. So these are some of the fireworks I'm going to have in the centre at the back of my display. We did there's going to be basically 3 sites with cakes on, one at the back in the centre and one either side at the back, with those kind of mirror each other. This one's going to have some slightly different things on in the centre. We did go through all these in depth on the last stream, so I'm not going to cover that now. What I'm going to do though for the next 20 minutes is basically take the tops of these, start preparing them, ready to go. So let's start with this. I mean, we'll talk about them briefly as we go. This is moving on up. Low noise cake, brand new for 2025 from Celtic Fireworks. It's a dump cake. A dump cake basically means it sends off all its tubes all within the space of a couple of seconds rather than, you know, one every second. So it's 25 shots, but it only lasts like 5 seconds. Why do I take the tops off? I call them skimming the cakes. Why do I take the paper tops off? You don't have to. The reason I do it is to reduce the amount of debris that's left on the firing sight at the end. At the end of the day, it's just paper. It would degrade, it's biodegradable, so there's no issue with it being there, but it just looks a lot neater if the field isn't strewn with paper at the end. So by taking the tops off, it just aids in the clear up. It doesn't affect the performance of these fireworks at all. And as I say, it's completely safe to fire these with the paper on. So I'm just going to take the top off. When you're doing this, a lot of the time on cakes, the fuses are at the side, because the fuses basically travel down the side of the firework and go into the bottom of the tube. With fountains and candles, the fuse goes down from the top. But for cakes, barrages, the fuse goes into the lift charge at the bottom. So sometimes you get the fuse on the side of these, other times you get the fuse at the top and it basically goes down the side. So if you are cutting the top of the paper off, just be mindful of where the fuse is. Obviously you don't want to cut through the fuse. Craig is here. Craig, good evening all. YouTube notifications worked well again. I'm pleased. I say I went live a little bit earlier than I'd said I was going to. So that's a great, I'm pleased they worked. And you got notified and you're here. So welcome, Craig. We got the candle, so we'll talk about that in a bit. And I've had a response from Classic about the F2 products that said 25 metre safety distance, and we'll talk about that just after the top of the hour. More people are here, so I was quite surprised by their response, but I'll tell you exactly what they said in a little while. So just skimming the top of this low noise cake. I think this might be part of my opener yet. I'm not quite sure. Dump cakes are usually good for getting audiences' attention, either at the start of the show or like as part of a finale, because you get that instant hit. But this is low noise, so is it going to work at the start as an opener, or do I want something louder? I still haven't quite decided. What we'll be doing next week on my streams is we'll be actually sort of creating this show and working out the running order and where things are going to go and what things are going to go well together and all that kind of good stuff. I've got a rough idea in my head, but I haven't really kind of fleshed it all out yet or programmed it into my electronic firing system. So that's going to be what we do on some future streams over the next week or so. But for now, I've got all my fireworks. I know where they're going to connect into my firing system. I know where they're going to be positioned on the firing site. I just haven't got a running order together yet. Although like I say, I've got a rough idea. So there we go. How do you stop crossfire? Depends on the type of firework. The easiest way to stop crossfire or cross ignition is to put lots of space between your fireworks. That's the best way. If you watch my streams, my earlier streams from this week, last week, I can't even remember when I started doing these, then I've got fountain tables. In fact, I can show you a fountain table that's kind of all pretty much complete. Those are my fountains on my fountain table. You can see they are very close together. So there's a risk of cross ignition. What I do is I put foil tape over the tops of the fireworks. Foil tape, it's readily available. This is stuff I use. It's by 3M, which is really good quality stuff. It's sticky on one side. You peel the backing off and you can stick it down. It's not particularly thick, but it's thick enough to stop sparks from fountains landing in fireworks. Generally speaking, it works. Occasionally, you know, there's a risk of cross ignition when you've got fireworks very close together. You can never get rid of that risk completely, but you can minimize it by using things like this. So that's what I use. I don't bother foiling the tops of my cakes. And the reason being is that on this one, I don't know if you can see, let's switch to the overhead cam. We're multi-cam here, by the way, guys. So, oh, that's not the overhead. There's the overhead. I don't know if we can see down there. Possibly not. It might not be bright enough. But most of this is tube. In fact, if I just stick my pen down there, my pen goes that far down the tube. So all the firework is in the bottom of these tubes. The lift charge is at the bottom, and then you've got the effect above. If sparks fall on the top of there, then they're unlikely to ignite the lift charge, because on the top of there, there'll be a little circle disc of cardboard. Then you've got the effect, then you've got the lift charge underneath. It's a lift charge that ignites to send this firework into the sky. So sparks would have to get into that lift charge to be able to fire this firework. So it's unlikely, even if I had a fountain next to it, that that would trigger that. But you could foil the top of that, absolutely, and the shots would still fire through that without issue. So how do you prevent cross ignition? You can't. You can minimize it by having lots of space between your fireworks, or if you've got them closer together, just consider what type of fireworks you've got next to each other. If they're fountains, you might want to foil the top to prevent cross ignition there, because as I said a little bit earlier, fountains burn from the top down. So if sparks fall on the top of a fountain, yeah, they could ignite that fountain. Less likely to happen with a cake or barrage. Bonds is back. Hello Bonds, welcome back. Hi Mark, hope you're well. Another night, all night stream planned. It won't be all night, but we'll maybe go till 11:30 midnight again, another 4 hours, which will take this streaming total up to about, I think about 12 hours I've done over the past week. Whew. And then more streams next week as well, of course. Some over the weekend. There won't be one tomorrow night because I'm actually out doing a display tomorrow night, crewing on a display. So there may well be a stream on Sunday night, depending on how exhausted I am from last night, and then some streams next week as well. This display that I'm prepping for is a week on Sunday, so I've got just over a week left. Prep wise, we're getting there. It's nearly kind of all, well, it's getting there, but I still need to actually work out the firing order, which I'll do next week, and we'll work out the timings. Then I'll have a rough idea of how long the show is going to last and things like that. So 3D printed creations and Gravitrax. Yes, I am watching. Well, hello. Welcome 3D printed creations and Gravitrax. And talking of 3D printers, 3D printer guys here as well. Hello all, hope you're well. That's not going to get confusing, is it, having two 3D printer people in the chat? But hey, you are both welcome. Nice to have you both here on my stream. Craig, where are you crewing, Mark? If you're okay to say, I'll message you separately on that one, Craig. I don't talk about the companies that I crew for or where, because some of the companies that I crew for have like social media policies, and really I don't want the attention to be on me at those displays. It's not about me. Yes, I'm an influencer, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, so I'll message you separately on that, Craig. So I'm not going to tell you where I'm crewing on this stream, but quite happy to let you know on that. Okay, so we've skimmed the top of that cake. So that's that one done. That's good. So 25 shot low noise. How do I know it's low noise? Because all of Celtic's low noise products all have this red wrapper on. All their non-low noise products all have black wrappers. So you can easily see whether a Celtic firework is low noise or not. So there's that one skimmed. What should we do next? Let's do this matrix. This doesn't have a paper top. This has a cellophane top, which I prefer to look at. It looks a lot nicer. You can actually see the tube, whereas something like that, you've no idea what the tube arrangement is inside. Whereas something with that, you can see through. But this stuff, again, it's quite safe to fire these fireworks with this on. You don't have to take the topper off. But these little bits of red cellophane, they will get all over the firing site. If they get damp, they will stick to my shoes and clothes, and you'll be finding them for weeks after. So I like to take these off. So there we go. Everyone's saying hello to each other, which is good. I love the fact that we get so many like return viewers into the chats as well. Nice to see some new faces, new names in the chat. But it's always nice to see regulars here as well. You guys keep coming back and watching my content, which, you know, means so much to me. So thank you. And as I say, at the top of the hour, once I've skimmed these few cakes, we will move on to candles, and we will talk all about candles for the rest of the night. To be fair, we'll probably talk about other stuff as well. We'll go off in other tangents. I do want to give you an update on the classic situation as well, which shocked me actually, but we'll talk about that in a little while when there's a few more people on. So let's get rid of this cellophane. So you can actually see those little cardboard discs a little bit easier on this one. If I go, you can see the cardboard discs. They're a lot higher up in these tubes. If I put my pen down there, it only goes down that far on here. So more in that tube, but you can see. So top of the tubes is a cardboard disc. Then you've got the actual effect, and then you've got a lift charge at the bottom. So a small amount of sparks can fall on the top of there without issue. A small amount of raindrops can fall on the top of there without issue. You've got to keep the bottom dry, and you've got to prevent the bottom from getting sparks, because that will then ignite. But a few little bits of falling debris on the top of that cake is not going to ignite the cake. So here we go. This one's also got 2 fuses. It's got a main fuse here on this side and a reserve fuse. Some fireworks have 2 fuses, not all of them. I've done a whole video on what reserve fuses are, when to use them, what they're for. You'll find that video on my channel. But this one's got 2 fuses. So I just need to know where the main one is. Because really, the idea of a reserve fuse is if this firework only half fires, then you can wait 15 minutes or whatever, go back and light it from the other end and it'll do the rest. That's the idea. It's useful on very big fireworks. You know, if you've paid a lot of money for a great big firework that's got 200 shots and only the first 50 shots goes off because there's then a break in the fuse and the rest doesn't work, you'll have lost out. So a reserve fuse basically allows you to kind of get your money's worth and fire the rest. But obviously you should never return to a firework once lit. You need to leave it a good 15-20 minutes, even longer if you can, before you go back and light the other end. Obviously in a display like this where it's electronically fired, I'm not going to do that. If this doesn't go off fully, well, okay, it doesn't go off fully. I'll move on to the next firework. I'm not going to go back at the end after my display's finished and light the last few shots. So only going to be using the main fuse on here. And then if it doesn't all go off, it doesn't all go off. It should do. There's no reason to suspect it won't. What you can do is you can actually light both fuses together, and that way this will fire in half the time. So if you've got a firework that lasts a minute, let's say it's 60 shots, it lasts a minute, it does a shot a second. You can double that speed in half the duration by lighting both fuses at once. Then it will only last 30 seconds, but fire 2 shots a second. So there's various different things you can do. But as I say, I've done a whole video all about that, and you'll find that on my channel. Not a fan of Evolution's new packaging. Yes, I agree. This is Evolution's old packaging. I really like it. It's all kind of space themed. Really, really lovely. Their selection boxes as well. Really lovely branding on them. Really like. In fact, we can use a close-up cam for the first time tonight. Really love their branding on it. It's simple, but it's effective. All kind of space themed. Really, really nice, and that's really nice as well. But earlier this year, Evolution Fireworks have been rebranded, or have rebranded themselves to Evo Pyrotechnics, and updated their logo and branding and things. And yeah, I don't think it's quite as nice either. But there we go. Yes. Bonds he is, and we'll talk about that in a little while as well. Oh, Olivia is watching. Hello, Olivia. Hello, welcome. Olivia is watching and says hi to you all. She asked if Naomi is okay. Naomi is brilliant, thank you. She's just broken up for half term, so she's got a week of playing, which she is really looking forward to. But she's in bed now because she's exhausted. But nice to see you, Olivia. I hope you are doing well. Hope everything's okay with you. Right, so that's 2 of those done. Let's move on to, what should we do next? This is the new, I say new, it's new to me. I've never fired a funky product before, so I'm very excited. This is my one and only funky cake in this display, but I have got some funky fountains and some funky single shots going into this display. But this is Funken Finale 1. Titanium salutes with crackling tails and blue mines. I've only seen video of this. I've not seen it in person yet, but the video looks quite impressive. I'm not quite sure yet whereabouts in my display I'm going to use it. I might use it as part of the finale. I might use it as part of the opening. I might use it somewhere else. I don't know. We'll see. But this appears to have... Oh, this has got 2 fuses. That's interesting. Well, I say it's interesting only because normally when a product has 2 fuses, they're either both on the sides, like this one was, or both on the tops in opposite corners. This has a main fuse on top and a reserve fuse on the side. That's a little unusual. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, if anything, it makes it really obvious which is the main fuse, because if you saw some of the ones we skimmed the top off the other day, once you've taken the top off, you don't know which is the main and which is the reserve because the labels have gone. So that's kind of useful. I actually do like that, having the reserve fuse kind of out of immediate sight, so it's quite obvious that the fuse on the top is the main one. I quite like that. So we'll just release the fuse so you can see where it is and move it out of the way so that I don't inadvertently cut into it like that, and then we'll take the paper off the top of these. So as well as skimming cakes, I also waterproof them. Some of these cakes in the middle won't be in a box. If you watch my other stream, you'll see that I like to put little cakes in what I call a cake box. It's basically just an old drawers from well, from an old chest of drawers. They work really well for keeping cakes. It makes it really easy to transport. It kind of contains them in here as well. If you fix them in here, which I will do, if anything goes wrong, it all stays inside the box. So a lot of my cakes are going to be in these kind of containers. Oh, I said there'll be no handles on this stream. I've just realised there is going to be a handle on this stream. If you don't know what we're talking about, we'll talk about that in a bit in candles. But yes, there has been a handle now on this stream. Okay. So yeah, the ones that are going to be in those boxes, I will waterproof by just putting some pallet wrap over the top, wrapping them all around. Some of these cakes are going to be individually staked out and taped. We'll look at that in another stream of how we actually secure individual cakes. So these are going to be waterproofed individually as well. But for now, I'm just going to take the tops off, if I can. If you saw one of my previous streams, you'll have seen that we struggled with the Brothers Pyrotechnics cakes. Were really, really tricky to get the paper toppers off. They were so well stuck down. But the funky ones come off reasonably okay. So that's that one done. Let's move that over here. What should we do next? Let's do this one. This is Jonathan's Fireworks Howling Hounds. This is a Hummer cake. Now, before I knew about the Vulcan Hummer candles, which we'll talk about shortly, this was going to be my main source of Hummers in this display. If you don't know what a Hummer is, you'll find videos of Hummers on my channel. They're kind of really unusual sounding effects, which audiences really like. They're kind of whistling, whooshing, woo kind of sounds. So I like to mix it up. There's various different Hummer cakes available. I've used Yorgie's Wolf for many years. I wanted to mix it up and do something a little bit different. Celtic have actually brought one in this year called Hullabaloo, which I fired. You'll find some footage of that on my channel. But before that came in, I was already planning my fireworks. I managed to get this one on a pretty good price. So this is Jonathan's Fireworks Howling Hounds. And what I like about this one from the video, again, I've not seen this one in person myself, but from the video, it's got some nice mine lift effects as well. So multi-layers. So that's why I went for this one. Since then, of course, we've put the Vulcan candles in, which we'll talk about in a little while. So I was toying with taking this one out and using just the Vulcan candle, but I'm thinking I'm going to use them both. Why not? Let's kind of go all in on Hummers. So this is going to be sort of at the back in the centre, and then the Vulcan candles, we will work out where they're going to go in a little while. So do you waterproof your car? This is Carlos. Do you waterproof cakes on site after e-matching? No, I waterproof before e-matching. E-matching, for those of you who don't know about it, we don't talk about it on the channel an awful lot. When you ignite fireworks electronically, of course you can, the traditional way is you get the fuse, you get a lighter or a taper or a port fire or a wick or whatever, and you light the fuse and then you go away. If you want to electronically light fireworks, there's two ways of doing it. You can use Talon igniters or you can use eMatch. I'll show you close-ups of both of those. There's a Talon igniter. It's basically a little clip, and in the center of that, if I open it, you might be able to see there's a little wire running. You can see it vertically there, and it's basically a little coiled spring, and when you pass the current through that, that glows really hot. So when that's clipped onto your fuse, when you put a current through there, it glows really hot and it ignites the fuse. The other way of doing it is with eMatch. This is an eMatch and it's shroud. This is slightly different. When you put a small voltage through here, this basically bursts into flames like a match head, and then you've got a protective sheath and it directs the flame into the visco fuse or into the firework itself. Because there's a little bit more danger involved in these as opposed to these take quite a bit of current to get going. These only need a very, very small voltage. These are susceptible to static. Static electricity can ignite these prematurely, and friction as well can also ignite those prematurely. These are a lot more robust and safer to use, so I always recommend if you're starting out with electronic firing, you use Talon igniters, readily available, rather than eMatch. So I say I don't talk about eMatch an awful lot on my channel because it is quite a specialist thing. I want to, but again, all kinds of people are watching this, so we've got to be careful, you know, that we don't cover things that are a little bit more inherently risky. Of course, there's a risk with fireworks in general. Of course there is. These are a little bit more specialist than the Talon igniters. So we may cover them at some point on my stream. We did talk on the last stream about maybe there is an option on YouTube where I can basically sort of set up a membership bit, so I can still do content that's free and streams that are free, but I can also do almost like private videos and private streams just for the members. And maybe that's a way that we can discuss e-matches and look at e-matches in a bit more depth behind that membership site. So we'll see. I haven't decided I'm going to do that. I do want to hear your thoughts on that, but maybe that's something for the future. So, but yes, I waterproof first and then e-match through the waterproofing. Again, I can't really tell you how I do that because that would give lots of things away, but maybe on a membership thing we can maybe look at it then. Is it safe to store store fireworks with e-match attached? I would suggest no. I mean, the advice really is if you're going to e-match, you e-match on the site that you're going to be firing at rather than in advance. There are a few kind of exceptions to that. It is a bit of a grey area. There are sort of exceptions made for set pieces, which you are allowed to sort of pre-fuse before getting to site. Generally speaking, though, I would say it's safer to e-match on site because, as I say, there's risks involved with static. You can kind of mitigate those by shunting or commuting the ends of the wire, but there's still a risk of if that gets crushed or static, friction, that could prematurely ignite. And if that ignites inside your firework, you're on off-site or while you're transporting it to the site, you've got issues. So is it safe to store fireworks with e-matches attached? I would say no. I'd say e-match as late as you possibly can before firing them, and ideally e-match on the site where you're going to be firing them. That's my advice on that. Okay, so we've taken the top off that one. That's the funky one. We're now doing Howling Hounds by Jonathan's Fireworks. So hopefully you'll have seen in this show I've got a mixture of different brands. I'm not just loyal to one brand. I like to kind of handpick different products from different brands and kind of mix it all up. There are some people that will only use, particular brands, and I really like to mix things up. I think you get a much more varied display that way as well. But that's not to say you can't do a whole display using one brand. I mean, Celtic, we talked about Celtic before, they have got such a big range. They actually do a competition each year to design a show using just their products. Craig, who's in the chat, him and his daughter Olivia actually won that competition last year. So they designed a whole fireworks show just using Celtic products and won that competition and won their display in fireworks, which is pretty cool. So it can be done. Absolutely, you could do a whole display with just one brand. I don't think you do that with all brands because all brands don't necessarily have as big a range as Celtic do. There's a few brands that do. Celtic, I'd say, probably has the most extensive range out of anything. So it is possible, but I like to mix it up a little bit. Kent, RC and stuff, good evening. I've made my mind up getting the Ignite system. Great, well, let me know how you get on with that. It's one of those things it's not that expensive. I'm toying with maybe getting one just so I can kind of demonstrate it and we can do an unboxing and stuff on the stream and work out what it's like and whether we think it's good or not. Maybe I'll do that in the future. If anyone from Cobra is watching, if you want to get on board with that, then do message me. We'll see. But yeah, I did look at the Ignite system myself a few years ago when I was looking for firing systems, and ultimately I went with Firetech instead. Right, let's do this. This is one of the most unusual tube layouts in any cake. This is Serpent Attack from Celtic. I really like it. Big mix of effects in here, but all kinds of different tube sizes. Normally, a firework will have all the same size tubes in it, whether they're big tubes or small tubes. Sometimes you get fireworks that have mostly one size tube, and then like the last row might be slightly bigger. This one, wait till you see this one, because this one has such an interesting array of tubes. In fact, this one calls for the split screen. There we go. Let's take the paper topper off here and you can have a look. It's 41 shots, which in itself is an unusual number for a firework to have. But there we go. You can see there's a mishmash of all kinds of different sizes there. We've got some 25mm, some 20mm, 25, 20. Those ones which are maybe 16. Does it actually tell me on the label? Oh, 14. They're apparently 14. Are they? Where's my ruler? I want to just check that. They may well be. They're actually probably, I'd say they're 12 to be honest. I think they're 12. But anyway, a mixture of this, so 3 different sizes in there. So really unusual effects in here. There's some colour changing ghost, moving stars in here, which are really nice. Some nice noises in there, some whistles and things. So quite an interesting one, quite underrated. You'll find a full review and some landing footage of that on my channel if you're interested, but I do highly recommend Servant Attack. It's only category F2 as well, so you can use it in smaller displays. So there's that one. We've got 2 more to do. That's worked out well because it's the top of the hour now. This is the time I was going to start streaming. So you guys that are here half an hour early, you've had an extra half hour of me for free. Well, it's free anyway, but you know, you've an extra half hour. Right, lap dance. So this has kind of got the tube layout on the actual box picture. Curious to see what this is like inside. Let's see if it will come out. Sometimes they come out of their boxes. Sometimes they are kind of stuck in. I think that's stuck in, so we'll leave it in, but we'll just take this fuse cover off like that, get that fuse out of the way, and we'll take the top off here and have a look at this rather unusual tube layout. If we can. What it doesn't show though on here yeah, that's a little bit misleading. In fact, that's quite misleading actually. Let me get all this off and we'll have a look. Wow, yes, there's some padding in here, folks, some air, some puffery. I wasn't expecting that, I'll be honest. That's a little bit different to what the picture shows. Let's just see if we can get the rest of this off. It's quite tricky to do because it's kind of recessed inside a box. We'll try and get those bits off. Yeah, so I think that's a little bit misleading. Okay, so first of all, it's the wrong, yeah. So that didn't have, that's very interesting. That topper that I took off, which I've now screwed up, did it have this way towards the audience on? I don't think it did. I'm going to have to let me just sit back a little bit on the stream and just watch the replay and just see if it, I don't think it did. No, it didn't. That's interesting. So normally when fireworks are fanned, i.e. they're not straight firing, they fire in a fan, there will be some indication of which way round you need to orientate this, so you know, benefits your audience. Because if you want your audience to be straight onto it, so it fans out that way, not fans out that way. So going off the image on the top, I would suggest that it fans off that way, but actually inside it's fanning off that way, so it needs to be orientated that way, but it's stuck in, so you can't really do that. So you wouldn't know that if unless you took the top off. So that's the first thing I notice about that. But the second thing I notice is the size of those tubes there do not correlate to the size of the tubes there. Let's get the old ruler out and have a little look. So these smaller ones from the image look about 11mm tubes. Let's see what they are here. And they're about that. They're probably actually, they're 10mm. Okay, 10mm on there, 11mm on there. So within a millimetre, that's fine. Let's measure these ones. These look to me to be 20mm. 20mm tubes. In actual fact, these are about 14mm. That's quite misleading, isn't it? I'd not realised that before, and if you hadn't taken the paper topper off, you wouldn't know that the tube sizes are a lot smaller than you think, and there's all this polystyrene packaging in. But also, if you fire it based on the orientation there, it's actually going to be firing like the wrong way to your audience. So that is interesting on that one. I was not expecting A, to that to be the wrong orientation, and B, for those to be significantly smaller than indicated on the image on the top. Wow, there we go. And actually, in fact, on there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, yeah, no, it is the same number of tubes. It is the same number of tubes, they're just a lot smaller. Interesting. I I can bring mine up if you wanted, especially once I've modded it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we could do that, Craig. That sounds good. I'll lend you mine after Bonfire Night to review if you want. Yeah, that sounds good. Ken RC and stuff might take you up on that offer. Yeah, lots of people are doing mods to their... That's one of the things I didn't like about the Ignite system, is that to make it kind of functional, no, not to make it functional, but to make it hard wearing and reusable and a little bit more robust, people are having to mod it by putting it in cases, putting extra connections and speaker terminals and all kinds of stuff on. And really, they could have designed it better to have those things on already, really, couldn't they? But I guess they're doing it to keep the costs down. So it is a good introduction into electronic firing. So I can't fault them for that, for doing something that's accessible on a price point. But really, the design, I think, could have been a lot better. Anyway, so yeah, that's Lap Dance. I was not expecting that to have so much foam padding in. There you go. Or to be the wrong orientation. But that's Lap Dance from Leslie. 60-shot multi-shaped battery. Plus padding. We need to write on that. Anyway. Last one to skim, and then we will move on to candles, because I did say that's what this stream was going to be about. So Bern, I've got 3 of these in this display on the 3 cake sites at the back. In the middle, this is going to be straight firing. On the outer ones, it's going to be crossing over. So all 3 should kind of meet in the middle somewhere in the sky. That's the design intent, at least. So this is burner. Nice little comet tails on this. These are the ones, you know, if there's no actual mine lifts or tails on the effects, there's not really much point in doing them fanned. When you get the benefit of fanned cakes, straight firing cakes that you kind of orientate to make fanned, then if they've got comet tails, or indeed if they're just comets, they look great. But for things where you've not got an effect down below, you've literally just got a burst in the sky, there's not really that much point in changing the angle of them, really. Right, let's get this off. This is the one that seems to be filled with sawdust, which is unusual for a cake. Normally you see that in Roman candles. But it's a little bit unusual for the tubes to be filled with sawdust. Let's see if we can see that on that camera. You can see they're all filled with sawdust on top. Which, when they ignite, that's all going to go everywhere and make a lot of mess. But it's only sawdust, it's biodegradable. Obviously you can't go around and pick up all the sawdust at the end, obviously. But it's absolutely fine, it's all biodegradable. So I'm going to put this back on just to prevent all that sawdust from coming off. And those are those cake skims. So that's all my cakes for this display, I think, now skimmed with the tops removed. So we'll waterproof those, but we'll waterproof those another time because I want to talk about candles in a minute. Let's just move some of these out of the way to clear a little bit of space up here. And we'll put that there. Put this over here. Rid of these ones. There, there. Howling Hounds. Burner and Lap Dance. So yes, we discovered that was interesting about that Lap Dance being a little bit smaller than the picture would indicate. Right, let me just have a little drink of water to keep me going. Okay, right, let's go back to, which camera should we go back to? That one, why not? So, in a minute, yes, we will talk about candles, but before then, I want to give you an update on something that happened on the last stream. But actually, it started 2 streams ago. 2 streams ago, I talked about these little small box of fountains from Classic, and I put it on the close-up cam so people could read it. And somebody that watched the replay, I know you guys watch the replays, and it's great that you comment and let me know that you're watching the replay. So if that's you, if you're watching this on a replay right now as opposed to live, let me know that you're watching in the comments. Somebody noticed that even though these are category F2, they had a 25-metre safety distance. Now, we should just explain, let's backtrack a little bit. In the UK, there are basically 4 categories of fireworks. Category F1, F2, F3 and F4. F1 are things like party poppers, indoor ice fountains you get on cakes, sparklers, things like that. Category F2 are traditionally garden fireworks, excuse me, and they require a safety distance of at least 8 or 15 meters, and it will state which of those two on the firework. And because of this display I'm doing in Liverpool is restricted space on site, everything has to be category F2. I can get 15 meters from the front of the display to the audience. I get about 20 meters from the cakes to the front of the audience, but I can't quite get 25 meters, so I can't do anything category F3. F3 is technically display fireworks. They have a safety distance of at least 25 meters to your spectators. And then we have category F4, which are professional fireworks that are not available for anybody to just go out and buy. They're only available to people with specialist knowledge who are working with a professional display company. So somebody pointed out that these are category F2, no dispute there. But interestingly, the information on the back of this one says, and somebody spotted this, I hadn't even spotted it. So category F2, it says there, F2, spectators must be at least 25 meters away. And these are tiny, tiny little fountains. They are really small. They're only like 4 inches high. They only contain 25 grams of powder, really lightweight. A spectator watching that at 25 meters, that's going to look really pathetic. So that was unusual. Like, is that a spelling mistake? Is it a typo? Should it say 25? Really? So that was the first one we came across. And then on the last stream, so that was 2 streams ago, somebody actually emailed me and said, did you know that? And I was like, oh, I didn't. So I looked at it like, oh, that's interesting. And then we looked at this one. This is also by Classic. This one's called Screaming UFOs. Not available for sale anymore. They have actually stopped producing this. This was from a batch in 2018, but it has like a use by date of 2028, so it's still in date, so it's still absolutely safe to use. This one as well is category F2. This one has a mixture, if I had to show you on the overhead cam. This has a different mixture of tubes. They're all the same size, but there's some straight firing, there's some fanned, it's multi-effect, but these are only 20mm tubes. So it's category F2, 66 shots, and the net explosive content of this was 497 grams. But we noticed on the stream, because we were being very careful with checking all the safety labels after the issue with these little conic fountains, that on the British information, which is here, battery of, let's see if I can get it in focus and get it to fit on the screen, probably not. A battery of shot tubes with 2 fuses, retire at least 8 meters, but here, spectators must be at least 25 meters away, despite this only being category F2. So that's quite unusual. I've only ever come across that once before, and we did talk about this on the stream. This is a barrage from Brothers Pyrotechnics called Head Games. This one also is category F2, but this one also states spectators must be at least 25 meters away, but it is only category here F2. So anyway, that's a Brothers one. I bought that a couple of years ago to use in this particular display a few years ago, but obviously I couldn't because it was 25 meter safety distance. Even though the website I got this from said it's category F2, spectators need to be 15 meters away, not 25. So that was that. These two though, 2 products from Classic Pyrotechnics, Classic Fireworks, Classic Pyrotechnics. Let's give them their correct name. So I said after the last stream, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to try and get some answers to why these are category F2, but it says spectators must be at least 25 meters away. So what I did, let me just get this on so I can bring it up for you. So I messaged the importer. Okay, Classic is not a British firm. They're based in Czechoslovakia, I think, somewhere in Europe, but they're not based in the UK. They're imported into the UK by a company called the Powder Keg. You might have heard of them. Let me show you their close-up. So all fireworks will always tell you where they're made. So this is made in China, but they'll also tell you who imports them. So this one, after it says spectators must be 25 metres away, imported by the Powder Keg Limited, and then the address. All fireworks in the UK will have an importer's address on. For you to contact, if you've got questions or issues or things like that, you can go to the importer. So first thing I did after the stream 2 nights ago was I contacted the Powder Keg. I sent them photos of these 2 products and close-ups of the labels and said, these are listed as category F2, but it says spectators must be 25 metres away. Is it just a spelling mistake? Is it an issue with the label? Do spectators really need to be 25 metres away from these tiny little conic fountains? And anyway, the importer said, I'm not sure, but I think that's probably a mistake for those. The importer would contact Classic. So the importer contacted Classic. There's Classic's logo. The importer contacted Classic and basically forwarded my message and my photos saying, I've got a customer, he's got this question about safety distances, spectator distances, what's the score? Is it a misprint? Is it what's going on? And Classic got back to the importer very quickly, and you will not believe what Classic told the importer. Are you ready for this? In fact, I'm going to do this as a... Okay, that's what Classic said. Classic said to the importer, what's it to do with him? Which I find absolutely unbelievable. I'd gone to the importer, who in turn went to the manufacturer, with a legitimate question on the safety distances of these products. And the manufacturer has come back saying, what's it to do with me, basically, which I just find completely unbelievable. I genuinely couldn't believe that was the response from Classic. Classic are a reputable brand. They've been around for many years. Their products are really good. But I have to say, this attitude from them towards a customer with a genuine question about safety of their products, what's the safety distance, for them to come back and say, who cares? What's it to do with him? I was appalled by that. I have also emailed Classic myself, even though the importer's done it, and this is a response the importer's got from Classic, and the importer has fed that back to me. I have also emailed Classic before I got this response with the same photos, with the same question. That's been completely ignored. I did that 2 days ago. Classic haven't got back to me. I've used the email address on their website that says if you've got any questions, email them. I did that 2 days ago and they've not responded to me, but they have responded to me via the importer to say, what's it to do with him? So there we go. I was astounded by that, but that's what Classic have said. When I asked, is this a typing error? Is it a spelling mistake? Are these really 25 metre safety distances? The reason I want to know, if I was doing a display and my audience were 100 metres back, I wouldn't care whether this was 25 metre spectator distance, 15.8, I wouldn't care. For this show that I'm doing, spectators are only 15 metres away from the closest fountain. So it is an issue. I want to be safe. I personally think these could be fired at 8 metres or 15 metres without issue. But at the end of the day, if the manufacturer's information says it must be fired at 25 metres away from your spectators, I can't run that risk of using these products in case it goes wrong. Then I'd be liable for not following the manufacturer's information. So I had a legitimate reason for wanting to know this. I wasn't trying to cause trouble for Classic or the importer. I just wanted clarification on whether this was a typing error or whether there was a reason this was 25 metres away. And Classic's response is, what's it to do with me? So there you go. So that's where we're up to. But the importer also wasn't happy with that. So the importer has basically told me, this is the Powder Keg who imports Classic products. The importer has said that they would be happy firing these at 8 metres and they would back me up on that. So because the importer has said these are safe to use at 8 metres, I'd be happy to use these at 8 metres. But as I say, I could not believe that response you can see on your screen from Classic. So there you go. That's Classic for you. It's a brand, I've used their products for many years. I like their products. But this attitude of theirs to safety, it has put a bit of a sour taste in my mouth, I'll be honest. Will that mean I never use Classic products again? I don't know, but I'm going to be a little bit more, if there's an alternative product available from another brand, I'm more likely now to use that rather than a classic one, because that attitude towards safety from a manufacturer of fireworks, where, let's be honest, safety has to be the first and foremost concern of anybody involved in fireworks, whether you're a retailer, an importer, a manufacturer, someone like me who does it professionally, someone just doing it as a hobby. Safety always has to be the first and foremost concern. And if somebody's got a question, a legitimate question on safety, to dismiss it by saying, what's it to do with you, is, to me, just not acceptable. But let's see what you guys think in the chat. Bond says, no way. Craig says, wow, that's poor, terrible. Bonds says, pretty shocking to say it's something to do with safety. It's not like you're criticising a product. Yeah, I wasn't criticising these products. You know, these products are, I've used this one before. It's really good. Haven't used these ones before. The footage didn't look great, but even so, it wasn't a criticism of Classic. It was a genuine search for an answer as to, are these safe to use at 15 metres? Or can I not use these at all because my spectators are only 15 metres away? So legitimate reasons for asking the question, legitimate concern. And that was Classic's response. Sparkle Power says, hello Mark, hope you're doing well. Glad you're doing these streams again. Had to catch up on your recent ones. Glad I finally caught one live. Welcome in, Sparkle Power. And thanks for catching up on the replays. There's probably about 12 hours worth of replays of live streams over the last week or so. So thanks for catching up on some of those. I appreciate it. Kent RC says, boycott the clouds. I'm not calling, you know, yes, I'm an influencer. I'm not saying, hey, everybody, let's boycott Classic in protest. I'm not saying that. You guys have got to make your own decisions as to which products you use. I'm not here to say, don't use this brand, use this brand, don't use that retailer, use this retailer. That's not what I'm about. I don't want to be that kind of influencer. But I was very shocked by this response from Classic to me via the importer. What's it to do with him? So that has put a bit of a sour taste in my mouth in relation to Classic products going forward. But I have got some Classic products in this show. I'm not going to be taking them out. I'm still going to use them. I say the importer has said he has no issue with these being used, you know, at F2 safety distances, 8 meters, 15 meters, and he would back me up on that if there was a problem. So that to me is good enough that if the importer has put it in writing that these are okay to use at those distances, I'm happy with that. But Classic's response, yeah, I'm not impressed with that. So if you want to boycott Classic, that's entirely up to you. But I'm not telling you to do that. All I'm doing, as you know from my channel, I'm open and honest. These are my own thoughts, my own views, my own opinions on all the products I talk about. I'm not influenced by anybody else, by any brands or anything to, you know, especially promote their product or give this a good review or say this, say that. I have total editorial control over my channel. I can say what I want effectively. Obviously it's family friendly, so you know we keep the language family friendly at all times. But yeah, that's Classic's response. So there we go. I don't think there's much to say on that, but that's what Classic said on a legitimate question about safety. So yeah, there we go. Anyway, let's not dwell on that because this stream I want to focus on candles. So we'll move these Classic bits out of the way and we'll talk a little bit about Roman candles. So on these streams so far, this is the 4th stream that I've done over the last week. Is it the 4th? I lose track of these things. I think it's the 4th. On the first couple we looked at my fountain tables and how we assemble those, and then we looked at cakes, my 3 cake sites. So I've got, just to talk you through the sort of layout of the display, at the front of my display I've got 5 cake sites. They're all going to be raised off the ground on speaker stands at different heights, kind of like forming a pyramid in the middle. So that's across the front. There is going to be some ground level stuff in front of that, which we've not really talked about yet. We probably won't get onto that tonight. Maybe on the next stream we'll talk about the ground level stuff. Behind the fountains, there's going to be candles. There's going to be 3 candle sites, which is what we're going to look at tonight. And then behind that, there's going to be 3 cake sites, which we looked at on the last couple of streams. Josh01 is here. Hello, Josh. Welcome in. Welcome back. Good to have you here this Friday evening. The time is 8:25 here in the UK. We're going to go up to about 11:30 midnight. So we're going for a few more hours yet. We're going to talk about candles. So 3 candle sites. What candles am I going to have on those 3 sites? Let me pull some of them out and we can have a little look. So we're going to have these ones. These are from Celtic. These are Let's Go. Really nice, colourful pearls with some strobes, glitter. Low noise again. We know it's low noise because it's red. All Celtic's low noise stuff is red. So Let's Go. Category F2. Let's put this on the close-up cam and we can have a little look at the label if we can fit it on. Category F2. There's the effects. 56 shot candles, 56 shot red, green, blue to white strobe. Really lovely, really beautiful effect. Net explosive content of these, 138.6 grams. So these are going to be on my outer two candle sights, and I'm going to have these crossing over as well. So these are going to be firing at angles. I think I've worked out about 20-degree angles from the vertical, both firing together, so they're going to kind of cross over across the top of my display. So let's go. These have been around for a few years. Really nice low noise candles, 56 shot from Celtic. Kent RC and stuff, safety first. It says always follow the label. Yep, absolutely. And because I had a question over whether the label was accurate, I've gone to the importer and the importer has said, you know, you're fine to use these at 8 meters, even though the label says 25. So, Bulletproof Mum is here. Sorry, was doing dishes during the classic bit and couldn't type my reply. Shocked as it's bad, but not surprised because there's always one who will take things the wrong way. Yeah, I was shocked by their response as well, especially when it comes to safety. You know, safety in the firework industry, it has to be paramount. And to dismiss a customer's legitimate, genuine question on safety with that response was appalling of Classic. So. Right, so we've got a couple of Celtic candles. They're going to be on my two outer sides. Those aren't the only Celtic candles I've got in the display. I've also got these because I like these. These are new for 2025. Blues and twos from Celtic. Again, low noise. You can also tell how old these products are. So latest Celtic low noise products are not just pure red. A few years ago, all Celtic's low noise products were basically just plain red. They've jazzed it up a bit this year and kind of gone red, orangey, yellow, but it's not black, so I know that it's low noise. These are blues and twos. I was the first in the UK to fire these. You'll find footage and review of these on my channel. Really nice. Part of a set of 3 new candles that Celtic have brought in this year. They brought in blues and twos, limoncello, which is also on my channel, and another one called, I think it's Weeping Willow, something Willow. I can't remember the name. I don't even know if that's actually landed yet. I haven't seen that available in retailers, but certainly blues and twos have landed and certainly limoncello have landed. This is really nice. It's blue pearls, but they turn into red strobes at the top. Really, really nice. So 2 of these, these are going to be in my center candle section. They're going to be fanning outwards. So I do like to do candles in different kind of orientations. You can of course just do a candle straight up, and that's fine. And some of the candles I will be doing will be straight up, but it's also nice to do candles at different angles and get the effects going off accordingly. So these 2 are going to be on the outer sides, firing inwards and crossing over. These 2 are going to be on the center candle sight in a V shape, firing outwards. Size wise, I say these ones are, we should go to the multicam, shouldn't we? There we go. These ones 56 shot, these ones 380 shot, so significantly bigger than this. Duration wise, I think these last from memory about 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, I'd have to check. These on the other hand last nearly a minute. It actually states 53 seconds on here, and in my testing, yeah, they're fairly close to 53. Size wise though, they're actually not that much different in height. They're a little bit different obviously in the diameter because there's more tubes in them, and weight as well. The net explosive content of this, as we said, was 138.6. This one 304 grams. I'm not sure if the tube diameter is actually any different. Maybe we'll have a look at that in a bit, see if the tube diameter is any different, but obviously a lot more in that. Really nice. I was toying with getting, shall I get blues and twos and the limoncello? Should I get 1 blues and twos and 1 limoncello? I actually prefer the blues and twos over the limoncello. I fired both. I've seen both with my own eyes. They're both really nice candles. For me, the lemon colour in the limoncello was a little bit too white, and quite bright, so it kind of masked off the red strobes at the top, whereas the blues in here are really, really nice. Electric blue, lovely and bright, lovely and vivid. So in the end, I decided to go for 2 blues and 2. So they're going to be in the middle, firing out. These ones are going to be either side, firing in, obviously further apart than this. Let's say hello. Some mad random person is back. He says, oi, oi, Marky boy. Hello, some mad random person. It's always great when I see some mad random person in the chat. There we go. Okay, right. So those are my Celtic candles in this display. Then we've also got some of these. Let's. I got 3 of these, so I'll bring them all up. We talked about Evolution a little bit earlier. These are some candles from Evolution. These are called Northern Lights. Now, Northern Lights come as a pack of 4 different candles. I may even perhaps have a picture. Let me see if I've got a picture I can pull up of these. Yes, I have. Here we go. So they come as a pack of 4. I don't know if you can actually buy them individually. I think you can only buy them as a pack of 4. Called Northern Lights. There's a red mine, a whistle, a green crackle and a silver mine. I bought these last year because I got a really good deal on them. And last year in my display I used the green crackle and the silver mine. So I've still got the red mine and the whistle left, and I'm going to use them this year. I took a bit of a punt on them. I didn't know what they'd be like. There's not much footage of these available. And the footage of these that is available, they don't perform particularly well on them. They look really smoky. They don't achieve a great height or a great duration. The 2 that I fired last year, the green one and the silver one, actually performed better than I was expecting. So I'm looking forward to these. So I've got 3 Northern Lights whistles. Let's have a little bit more about these. Let's maybe go to the close-up cam and have a look at these. So again, as you'd expect, category F2. Everything in this show is category F2 or lower. Net explosive content, 106.4 grams. Spectators must be at least 15 meters away. So Northern Lights whistles. I'm thinking these are probably going to be part of my finale. Haven't quite decided yet, but I think they're probably going to be. These were originally going to be on the 3 sides, each going vertically, so 1 on each going vertically. But because we've now got the Vulcan candle in as well, which we'll come on to in a little bit, I'm going to put these in the centre as a fan. Now, what you have to be careful with, especially with candles like this, it's quite tricky, if you don't know, it's very easy to mistake the top and the bottom, because the cellophane, I don't know if you can see that on the camera, the cellophane on there and the cellophane on there. It wouldn't be that difficult, especially if you're setting this up in the dark, to put it the wrong way round. There is quite clearly an arrow on saying this direction up, but you do have to be careful on that with Roman candles. With cakes, it's pretty easy to know which is the right way and which is the wrong way. Most of the time with fountains as well, it's easy to identify the top. But sometimes with candles, especially if they've got the polythene and paper, you know, that could look like the top of a candle, especially in the dark. So always make sure you get them orientated the right way. So there's going to be 3 of these, and they're going to be going out in a W formation. So we talk about different formations. The blues and 2s are going to be going out in a V, so 2 going up like that. These are going to be going out in a W, so 3 kind of going up like that. And saying we shouldn't get these the wrong way around, I've just realised that's the wrong way around, and that's the wrong way around. So there we go. Always be careful with your candles. Some mad random person, you're going to have to excuse me. I'm going to make something to eat, so I'll be listening but might miss the chat. Hey, that's fine. I know a lot of people don't actually actively watch this. They just listen to it in the background, and that's absolutely fine. You'll miss me doing random things like this, though, on camera. I've not done anything random on camera, but that just makes everyone that's just not listening think, oh, quick, I better, what's he doing? I didn't do anything. Made you look. Right, so those are going there. So out of that set of 4, I still got the whistle ones left. I've still got the red mine ones as well. So here's the Evolution Northern Lights red mine ones. Let's get these the right way round as well. They're all the right way round. So I'm going to mix up the firing patterns again, and I'm going to do 1 of these on each of the 3 candle sides going vertically. So that's going to be going over there vertically, and 1 here going vertically. So you can see I'm already I've got 3 different firing patterns across my candles. I've got a V firing, W firing, some that are crossing over towards the center, and 3 that are going to be straight firing on 3 different sides. So that mixes it up a bit. Yeah, there's different effects in each, but by mixing up those firing patterns, that adds a little bit of interest to it as well. Then we've also got, I was going to get one of these, folks. Now, this is thanks to you guys that super chatted on the first 2 streams, because we talked about these new Vulcan candles, and we said that these were all F3, we thought, so I couldn't use them in my show. And it turns out that one of them, the 40-shot multicoloured Hummer, if you can see that there, 48-shot, 49-shot in fact, multicoloured Hummers, is actually category F2. So it means I can use it in the display. There's 7 different versions of this available. They're all category F3 apart from this one. I fired them all, I've seen them all. They are all stunning candles, and you'll find a video for that on my channel. But these came in quite late, so I'd already bought my fireworks for this display. I wasn't expecting it to be an F2 one of these, but then this came in. It's like, haven't really planned for it in my display, haven't really budgeted it for it in my display, and I sort of off the cuff said, if you guys super chat enough, maybe we'll go out and buy one. Well, you guys did super chat enough, and thank you so much for that. So we've got one of these, but when I went to collect this from the retailer today, they actually had 2 for me. So I'm like, shall I have one? Shall I have 2? So again, when I thought I was only going to get one, I'd planned on just having this in the center, going vertically. But anyway, long story short, I've come away with 2, folks. Don't worry, you guys are still going to get your names written on if you super chatted, and we'll do that in a little while as well. So I've got 2 of these. So I was like, okay, can't put both those in the center. I've got to do something else with these. Shall I do these in a V shape? Now, these Hummer effects, if you're not familiar with Hummer effects, they basically create really unusual sounds and shoot off in all kinds of directions. So because they've got quite a bit of travel to them, doing these as V firing isn't really going to achieve an awful lot versus doing them straight firing, because the effects are going to go off in random directions anyway. So what I'm going to do instead, now that I've got 2, I'm going to put these on my outer candle sides, firing vertically straight, and fire them at the same time as that Howling Hounds. Let me get it out again. Howling Hounds. I say I was going to take this one out of the display and replace it with one of these candles, but now I've got 2 candles. I'm thinking, well, okay, this is going to be on my cake site at the back of my display in the centre. It's going to have some nice mind lift effects. Why don't we fire this at the same time as the other Hummers and get like a big mix of Hummers, which will be impressive. I always use a Hummer cake in this display, and it always goes down well with audiences. For the past few years, I've used Wolf by Yorgi, which is a great cake. Previously, I used to use one called Hummeroids by Pyro King, which was a great name. Love it just for the name. This year, I was just going to have this one, but now I've got these candles as well. There's going to be lots of Hummers, so we'll fire all those together. Be interesting to see how this compares, whether this kind of gets a bit washed out, because the Hummers in these Vulcan candles are so loud. They're really prominent. They'd easily go over the top of other fireworks, bangs, salutes and things going off. They'd easily hold their own. Cakes, my experience of Hummer cakes are they're good, but they're not quite as loud as this candle. So be interesting to see if the Hummers from here are kind of a bit weedy compared to here, to these ones. So a little bit of side-by-side comparison, but yes, we've got 2 of these now. So thank you everybody again for those of you who super chatted. We'll get your names on one of these very soon. If you don't know what super chat is, by the way, if you're new to YouTube, new to live streams, think what's a super chat? Near the bottom of the chat, you'll find a little dollar symbol. You can click that and you can send me a couple of pounds, a couple of dollars. You don't have to. This content is free, but I know some people like to support my channel if I'm providing you with some good entertainment this Friday evening, better than what's on TV. I don't even know what's on TV tonight, but you know, this is different, isn't it? You don't get this every week. You only get this a few times a year. So if you enjoy this content and want to support my channel, then you can click that little super chat thing. And that's what a few of you did on my earlier streams earlier this week. And that's resulted in us all putting this candle into this display. So I will write your names on that in a few minutes. If you don't want to use the little dollar thing, there's also PayPal. There's a PayPal link in the description. It's paypal.me/thegreatmarko. You can send things that way. But I say it's never expected, but it is always appreciated. And anything I get goes back right back into improving this channel. You'll see if you've been following me for a while, I've recently invested in multicam setups and vision mixers and studio lights and tie-clip radio mics and all kinds of good stuff. And of course I do all those reviews of brand new latest fireworks as well. So if you want to support my channel, that's a couple of ways of doing it, but not expected, always appreciated. If you can't do that or don't want to do that, the other way you can support my channel is just by subscribing. Subscribe, like the videos, comment on the videos, comment on the streams, and share it out to your friends who you think might enjoy this content as well. Of course, it's always family friendly. It's all about the safe, responsible use of fireworks here in the UK. You're not going to find me doing anything dangerous or setting bad examples for kids and young people. So the channel is available to anyone to watch, and everybody is welcome. KG Pyro says, maybe fire the candles after the Howling Hounds, make it last a little bit longer for audiences. That's another option. I say I haven't quite fully fleshed out this display yet, but that's another option as well. Fire this one first and then fire these. We'll see. I mean, Hummers are an unusual effect, but like with anything, if it goes on too long, the audience will get bored of it fairly soon. So what I'll need to do, I'll need to investigate the duration of this. I can't remember what the duration is off the top of my head. I suspect it doesn't tell me. No. I fired these really recently. Out of the 7 candles that I fired, this one did have the shortest duration, but that said it was still maybe 25, 30 seconds. So, you know, if this is 30 seconds and this is 30 seconds, if I fire these after that, it's going to be a whole minute of my 12-minute display, 13-minute display of just Hummers. Is that going to get a bit boring? I don't know. I'm thinking it might be more impressive to just let all the Hummers off together, but that is certainly an option. And we will look at that when I come to write the script for this, the running order, program it all in. If my display is running a little bit too short and I need to elongate it, make it a little bit longer, then that's an option. I could separate that one out, fire that one first, and then fire those immediately after, or even fire that earlier on in the display and then fire these somewhere else in the display and have 2 Hummer sections rather than one big one. There's lots of different ways we could do it. I haven't fully decided yet, but those are just my current thoughts on that. So those are the very nice Vulcan candles, and actually I'm going to, before I forget, I'm going to write the name on one of these of everybody that super chatted and contributed towards this candle. Shall we do it in black or should we do it in red? Let's do it in black. Let me get those people's names up on my screen. Okay, so Bulletproof Mum. I know Bulletproof Mum is listening. I don't think she's necessarily watching, but she's listening. She was the first one to super chat on that stream. So we'll write her name up here. Let's write it. Of course, it's quite a long name, Bulletproof Mum, isn't it? Let's see if we can, let's put it up here. Bulletproof Mum. There we go. Your name is now on this candle. Who else super chatted? Next up was Charlie808. Let's write Charlie808 on here as well. Charlie808. There we go. Charlie808 is on the candle. Who else did we have? Carlos was next. Let's put Carlos on here. Carlos, your name is now on the Vulcan candle. Who else did we have? We then had Camaro Brocade, which is always a tricky one to spell. It's almost as long as Bulletproof Mum. But we'll write this one on here, so I want to get the spelling right. K-A-M-U-R-O Brocade. Camaro Brocade, you are now on the candle as well. Craig was next. Craig Whiteman, your name is going on the candle, my friend. So let's put your name here. Craig Whiteman. And last to donate towards the candle was Cameron. So Cameron, your name is going on here as well. I don't know if you're in the stream tonight, but if you watch this on the replay, your name is going on this candle. Cam. Check I've spelled that right. Yeah, there we go. So those are the 6 people that very, very kindly super chatted, and we've put that towards this candle in the display. So Carlos, Kamara Brocade, Bulletproof Mum, Charlie 808, Craig Whiteman and Cameron. This firework is going in my display. When I set it all up, once I've set the display site up, I will take a photo of that with your names on. You'll see that in position, and we'll fire that, and look out for that in the display. So thank you everybody that super chatted towards that candle inclusion in the display. It's very kind of you all. Bulletproof Mum, half watching but running a bath. That's okay. I don't know what it is. Like, we had someone on the stream the other day who was watching me from their bath. That's fine. Wherever, I don't mind. Some mad random person is here saying thank you for your donation, and some mad random person has just super chatted $1.99. Thank you so much, some mad random person. That's very appreciated. Just so you can enjoy writing it as much as you enjoy reading it, Mark. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. That was for everybody that super chatted towards that candle. Let's say I was only going to get one. When I went to the retailer today, they actually had 2 available for me. I was like, go on then, you've twisted my arm. So, okay, everybody that super chats in this stream will get their name on the other candle then. Okay, we'll do that then. So some mad random person, that's very long. I'm going to have to start that halfway down the candle to fit that all in. But let's do that. Let's put your name on here, right. See if we can fit it in. Some mad random person there you go. Your name is now on the second candle. If anybody else super chats in this stream, your name will go on the second candle as well. That's actually one of the benefits of this having really plain paper packaging. It's easy to write on. More tricky to do on things like this. So these candles work really well for writing things on. So there we go. Your name is on that as well. Bulletproof Mum says, I don't have much downtime. Got to... Yeah, absolutely. Hey, that's absolutely fine. If you want to turn this off and go and enjoy a bath, that's absolutely fine. If you want to have this on whilst you're having a bath, that's equally absolutely fine. I don't mind. There we go. Some mad random person with the heart shape. Thank you so much for that. And I appreciate your super chat towards that. Thank you very much. So, are those all the candles I've got in this show? No, of course they're not. I did have some candles on my fountain boards. If you saw those streams, you'll see there's some candles on there. But I've still got more candles for these 3 candle sites. Yes, indeed. I'm going to add some Yorgi candles in. I've got a whole bunch of these that I need to kind of use up. So these are by Yorgi. I really like Yorgi candles. These are one of their smaller candles. They're called Spinner. Let's put it on the close-up cam. There we are. Spinner. These basically send out, there you go, silver spinners. Silver swirling to billions. Not a particularly big diameter. Let me measure the diameter of these. They are about, I'm going to say they're about 13 mil diameter, so not particularly big. They're low noise, they're just going to do swirly effects. I'm thinking I'm going to use them as part of the finale. Haven't fully decided, but I'm thinking that's what I'm going to do. I've got 9, I've actually got more than 9, but I'm going to use 9 in this display. And I'm going to do 3 fanned on each candle site. So I'm going to do 3 fanned over here, 3 fanned in the middle, 3 fanned over here, and they're all going to go off together as part of the finale. So that's my plan. I really love Yorgi products. I haven't actually fired these. I think they're probably going to be one of their smaller candles. Well, they are. I really like their storm candles, are really good. They're slightly bigger bore. I do have some of those, but I've not put them in the display this year because I used some in the display last year. Their candle barrages are really nice as well. But I thought I'd take a punt on these because these were really quite cheap. On their own, one of those is going to look pretty pathetic in a public display. But 9 of these going off together on 3 different sites, fanned, I think that might give quite a lot of things going on in the sky as part of the finale. I like to do a sky filling finale where I can. And so having these going off, I think are going to add a bit of texture, a bit of movement, a bit of, not necessarily colour because they're going to be silver, but a bit of interest, I think. So they're going to be all firing together, I think, as part of the finale. But we shall see when we come to actually work out the running order of this display. So again, make sure you get the candles the right way round. These ones do have, you can see on the top there, lots of arrows indicating the direction. So always look out for, if a firework's got an arrow on, it usually means that's the way that needs to point up. The only other time they'll have arrows on is if it says this side towards spectators, if it's a fan thing, and that way you've got to point it to your spectators. So don't get these mixed up. If a candle's got an arrow on, it doesn't mean point it to your spectators, obviously. It means point it vertically. So those are the candles that I have for this. Not seen Yorgi spinners before, says Chris. Where did I get these from? Oh, now you're asking me, because I got these a couple of years ago. Where did I get these ones from? I'm going to have to look, because off the top of my head I can't remember. I know I get a lot of my Yorgi candles from Blackpool Fireworks from Neil. I have a feeling I got these somewhere else. These might have been Anfield Fireworks in Liverpool, but I don't want to, I'll have to check for you, Chris. But yeah, a bit unusual. I've not fired these before. Smaller bore than the Storm candles. So obviously the effect's not going to be as big. I don't even know how many shots are these. Let's have a look. Oh, there we go. It tells me in great big letters. Let's do it on the close-up cam. 8 shots. So only 8 shots in these. Lengthwise, well, if I compare it to like the Blues and Twos, a little bit longer than the Let's Go, a little bit longer than the Vulcan candle. By the way, Chris, I don't know if you've only just joined the chat, but your name is now on this candle for super chatting towards it. There we go. Your name is there, along with everybody else that super chatted for the Vulcan candle the other day. So thank you very much for that. I've got Yorgi 2, 3 and 4 this year. Yeah, what Yorgi ones have I got? I think I've got Storm 3 and Storm 4, but I'm not using them in this display. I used them in this display last year, and I kind of like to mix things up and not do the same thing each year, kind of keep it fresh, keep a bit of interest there for the audience. So, but those Storm candles are really nice. I've also got somewhere some Dream candles as well from Yorgi, and I've got various different packs of Yorgi candles. I really like them. I really rate them. A lot of the time candles can be quite samey, but I like Yorgi's ones. They're nice. They're not all the same with just big bangs. There's some nice low noise things in there. The Storm 3 and Storm 4 have got lovely, nice, thick, bright comets to them. We've got the spinners. We've got other ones as well. So I do quite rate Yorgi products. But these are the spinner. Product code for those interested, JRC34/1. If you can see that, there we go. That's the product code on these. Net explosive content. Let's see if it tells us. Yeah, 14.4 grams. That's explosive content on these. So I say not very big, designed for your back garden, but firing 9 of these, all doing spinners, all kind of fanning from 3 different sites. I think it's going to be, as part of the finale, with lots of other things going on, I think it's going to look all right. So that's my candles across 3 different sites. So 3 of those on the middle side, fanned, 3 on the left side, 3 over on the right side. How am I going to fix those? How am I going to support those? Obviously, that is not going to stand up on its own. And you don't want to fire that stood up on its own, because that will fall over. These bigger ones, do they stand up on their own? Not very well. And again, you need to put extra support. These are very tall. They're very heavy. Even if you are able to stand that up, which I'm not, once you start firing that risks falling over. And if that falls towards your audience, you're going to have shots firing to your audience. Now, if these go in the wrong direction, I would argue these are a little bit safer than bigger tubes, because the tube diameter on these are very small. That said, on these new Vulcan ones, the tube diameter is 19 mil, so it's pretty significant. On some of these smaller ones, you know, it's only like 14 mil. Or I think on the Blues and Twos, it's even supposed to be 11 mil. So very, very small shots. But even so, you don't want it toppling over. You don't want it falling towards your audience. So what can you do? How do you secure these? Especially if you want to do them at different angles. The best way to do it, or one of the ways to do it, is with a stake. Let me grab a stake. I don't mean the stakes that you eat, obviously. That's not going to do much to support a candle. Wooden stakes. Like this. I buy these from, I think I got these from B&M. But you can get these, you know, B&Q, any garden centre, things like that. They're basically garden stakes. They're treated timber as well, so they're designed to be outdoors for a long period of time. It doesn't matter if they get wet. So try and get treated timber ones if you can. They won't rot as quickly. I get these in, I think, 1.2 metre lengths, and then I chop them down. I either chop them down to this size, which is 60 centimetres, 600 mil, and that works really good for candles of this size. I also chop these down into 400 mil or 40 centimetres, and that works really well for cakes. So, you know, you buy one of these, it costs maybe £2–3, but you can get 2 big ones out of one, or, you know, 3 little ones out of them. You do obviously then have to cut little angles in them to be able to make them easy to stake into the ground, but that's a great way to support candles, and these ones work really well for the big ones. If you're going to do this, you hammer it into the ground. Obviously, if you're doing something on a hard surface, you can't do that. This assumes you do these on grass. But you hammer it into the ground, you put your candle up against it, make sure it's away from the audience, so make sure that the stick, the support, is between the audience and your candle. That way, if this does become detached, this can't fall forward towards the audience. The only way it could fall is to the sides or back. It can never fall forward if it's behind. So always do your stakes towards the audience and your fireworks behind them. So that's how you'd use that. The next thing obviously is, how do you physically attach that onto that? There's a number of different ways you can do that. One way you can do it is using gaffer tape. You can gaffer tape around this on a number of points, gaffer tape it on. That works really well. Another way you can do it is using cable ties. That works well, but be mindful not to pull the cable ties too tight. So in some of these candles, the tubes are very small, they're quite fragile. If you pull a cable tie too tight around here, you can actually bend the tubes. The tubes are just cardboard at the end of the day. If you pull it too tight, because cable ties will go very tight, you can restrict and basically change the diameter of these tubes, and that can prevent the shots from escaping through the top. And what happens is the shot travels up, reaches where the cable tie is, can't get any further because the diameter of the tube's been narrowed, and the shot will just explode in the tube, and then your whole candle can explode. So cable ties you can use safely, but don't pull them too tight. If you want to, you can do both. You can cable tie it on, you know, tight but not too tight, and then gaffer tape around, and that's another way you can do that as well. Some mad random person says, oh, just remembered I haven't fused my candles yet. Well, yeah, as you can see, I've not fused mine either yet. So that's one way you can do it. And the good thing about using these stakes is, yes, you could hammer it in vertically. You could hammer these in at different angles. How do you know what angles to use? Get yourself one of these. I showed this on the stream the other day. Let me show it on the close-up cam as well. A digital inclinometer. You'll find a link to these in the description of this video, by the way, as well. These, if I put that on a flat surface, okay, this surface isn't very flat, but let's reset that to 0. There we go. When I tilt this, it will show me the angle that I've tilted it to. So 3, 10 degrees there, all the way up to obviously 90 degrees or thereabouts. So really, really useful for getting angles and getting symmetry in your show. Yeah, if you're doing something in your back garden, it's less of an issue. But when I do professional stuff and I've maybe got 3, 4, well, more than 4, let's just reset that. On some of the big professional displays I crew on, there might be like 11 sites across the front, all with different things going off at different angles on each site. And so you need to get fairly accurate to ensure that that display looks symmetrical. So get yourself one of these. They're really cheap. You'll find a link to them, as I say, in the description of this video. But a digital angle gauge or digital inclinometer is a great way. So you can hammer in, let's go back to this one. You can hammer this in the ground, put this against it as you hammer it in, and hammer it in at whatever angle you wish. It's also magnetic as well, so if you're doing this against magnetic things, it sticks on. But I suggest wooden stakes is the way to go. I have seen people use, I don't think I've got anything to show you, but conduit, plastic conduit, and putting candles, especially smaller candles like this, in it. Don't. I've seen people do it with metal conduit, where you use that and put a candle inside that. Don't do that. It isn't safe. Yes, it might be a nice way to do it because, you know, you get the right diameter and it slots in, brilliant, holds it, fantastic. But if the candle malfunctions and it explodes outwards, you're going to have fragments of metal flying out potentially towards your audience. It's very, very dangerous. I've seen it done. Don't do it. The best way you can support your candles is with a stake, up against a stake, gaffer tape it with the stake towards the audience, and that will be perfectly secure there. So that's the way to do it. Fireworks UK is here, says, "Hey Marco, sorry I'm late." That's okay. You've only missed an hour and a half of the stream because we did start a little bit early. But hey, you can catch the replay. We talked about all kinds of stuff, including what Classic said about that 25-meter safety distance on their F2 products. And if you missed that part of the stream, you're going to want to watch that because Classic's response was incredible. I shall say that. Leave it there. I use lengths cut down rebar for staking. Yeah, that's another way you can do that. Metal stakes are absolutely fine. Road pins are okay for candles, anything like that. I'm not saying metal is inherently bad. Where metal is bad is if it's a metal cylinder, a tube, and you put the candle inside it. But there's nothing wrong with the candle being up against a metal road pin or rebar or anything like that. That's perfectly safe. But yes, if you've got a hollow piece of metal, don't put your candle inside. So there we go. So that's one way you could do it, and that's one way I could do it. But what I'm actually going to do for these is I've made up some candle frames. So I made these ones up a number of years ago. I can't even remember how many years. I maybe made these up when I was 18, I think. So these have been around for a good number of years. I've got two of these. I made these out of an old wooden clothes frame years ago, but they do the job. I set these at 20-degree angles. So it's great because I can attach things and either fire things in a V, or I can attach three things and fire them in a W. It's got a point on the ground, so I can hammer this into the ground, and it's absolutely great. So it's basically just an extension of using individual ones of those. I can put 3 candles on one frame, hammer that into the ground, and it's great. So I've got 2 of those. I'm going to use those on my 2 outer sides to support those. In the middle, because I've got a little bit more stuff in the middle than on the outer ones, just this afternoon I've knocked up same kind of idea, but bigger, slightly bigger, just out of 2B1 batten, wooden batten. So I've just cut a length. I think, let me just so you guys know, I know you guys like to know dimensions of stuff. So my original ones were, well, you can see they are. Let's go to the split screen, and then you can kind of see the difference in size. So the length of these ones, 60 centimeters, 600 mil. This slightly bigger one, bit more substantial, 70 mil, so 10 centimeters more. And yeah, they are 2B1. These ones were like 1.5 by just under 1. I say these were just basically offcuts of an old clothes maiden I think my mum had years ago. I say I made those when I was like 18, so I've made those years ago, and they've lasted me really well. Don't use them every year. But this year I thought I'd dig them out and use them. They're still in good condition. They haven't rotted. Great thing to do. So this one, I say, really easy to make. Just get yourself a length of 2B1. Cut 1 cent bit. Cut a notch in there so it makes it easy to hammer in the ground. Just get your angles. I use a jigsaw, but any sort of saw. Cut the angles. Screw them on. Nail them on. I've screwed them on. They're really secure. The angles on here I've done slightly wider. So on my original ones from years ago, it's a 20-degree angle on there. So 20 degrees that way, 20 degrees that way. I've done this one slightly more, 25 degrees. And so that's going to be my middle one, and that's going to have those various different candles on in the middle. So those are my candle frames. Really, really cheap to make. Just get some offcuts of wood and jobs are good. And again, try and do them so your candles are at the back, not on that side if you can help it. On some of these, the candles are, I think are going to actually be on both sides, but I'm going to take extra measures to make sure those candles can't fall off. One other way I want to show of fixing things to candle frames, this is a really good tip. So pay attention, folks. You pay attention anyway. If I was to attach a really thin candle like that to quite a thick post, if I was to use cable ties, that's not going to give a great deal of support because this candle could still move there because this bit of wood is wider than that candle. So what can I do instead if I want to use cable ties? Well, what you can do is you can use, let me pull these out. and show you. Bear with me a sec, because I've got a couple of different sizes. These things, in fact, let's show you on the close-up cam. That's not the close-up cam, is it, folks? That's the close-up cam. These little things, they're little plastic things. They're designed for like installing UPVC pipe against walls and things. So they have a little hole in the middle where you can put a screw through, say 2 different sizes, and then you can cable tie through them. So what you can do is you can screw that down onto your wood and then fit a cable tie. Have I got a cable tie? Yep. So screw that down onto your candle frame, then a cable tie can go through and your candle can sit on there and you can cable tie around that. So I've got a couple of different sizes, and you can see that actually fits fairly well onto that. So if you can imagine, I'm not actually going to cable tie this on, but I can just show you. So cable tie through there, that's screwed into your candle frame. And you know, you do 2 or 3 of them, and then you can cable tie around your candle and get it nice and close to it, rather than doing it on this great big board where there's a lot of space. If I was to cable tie around that, there'd be quite a lot of gaps either side, and the candle could move around. So that's a little tip. You will actually find a link to those in the description of this video as well if you're interested in getting those. They're really quite cheap. You can get them on Amazon. You get them in a pack of 50 or 100 or whatever. Really, really useful. All you need to do, screw them into your wood. A cable tie goes through those. So I really recommend those. They're really, really useful. Let's go back to the multicam. There we go. Right. So I can't remember the actual name of those. They're probably called cable tie beds, maybe. But I say there's a link in the description of this live stream if you're interested in checking those out. Really, really useful. They come in different sizes. The bigger size I found a little bit more useful. I did initially buy the little size, and the little size works okay. It would do the job. There's a little bit of a gap between it and the candle, but it would still do absolutely fine. The bigger ones I find are slightly better. They fit quite snugly against those little candles. There's no point really in using them on the big candles, because the big candles are almost as wide as this wood anyway, so you can cable tie around those without those. But if you're doing smaller diameter candles on bigger frames, a few of those on there screwed in and then cable tie onto those, and that's a really nice way, a really simple way of doing it. So there we go, that's one of my little handy hints. Let's put those away for now, because I don't think I need those. I won't put them too far away. We may end up using them, because we're going to start attaching some candles to these frames very soon. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move some of these out of the way, because I don't need them all here at the moment. I'm going to put some away, and we'll work on one candle site, and then we'll move on and do the others. So let me move that out of the way. We'll do one of the side ones first. So let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of a few of these bits. Well, we'll keep this one here because it's got everyone's names on. Why not? We'll keep that on the table. Then you guys can still see your names. And yeah, for those of you just joining, if you super chat during this stream, you will get your name written on a firework in this display. And that's what some mad random person did a little while ago. And there, some mad random person is written on that candle. These are the ones. Oh, I need that one. That's on that side. Let's get rid of these ones for the time being, just out of the way. And we'll get rid of these ones as well. And the blues and twos. There we go. Okay, so we'll start on this candle site. So I need one of my candle frames like that. And then we need to kind of work out where these are going to go. So Let's Go is going to go at an angle. I know that. We don't need two of the red mine ones either on this site. So let's move that out of the way. So that's going to go like that. The Hummers is going to go vertical. The Northern Lights is going to go vertical. And then the spinners are going to go on the W. So let me work out how I'm going to attach all these on. I may actually end up doing, let's see, am I going to do that one on a separate one? I might do that on its own separate stake, just looking at how much, because this is a smaller candle frame than the bigger one I made today. Yeah, I'm not going to, these are either going to stick way out the end, or because this one's so much bigger, yeah, I think I'm going to put that one on its own separate one. So this is a last minute thing. I was only expecting to get one of these candles. I ended up getting two today, so I've had to rejig things a little bit. So I'm going to do that on its own separate stake. And just like I showed before, with one of these 60 centimetre ones up against there, that's going to be fine. That's going to be separate. These, if you're not familiar with these, say these are new from Vulcan this year. They come with a visco fuse, but they also come with an e-match port. So if you do electronic firing, really, really quick and easy. I love how the e-match port is readily accessible. It's not under wrapper, it's there. You can twist off the visco fuse, put an e-match in, and away you go. So I really like those. But yes, I think we're going to keep that separate and not actually on this frame. We will support that separately. Let's have a little look on there. Right, so Let's Go is going to go at an angle. Northern Lights is going to go vertical. And then the spinners are going to go at the 3 angles. So what I do want to try and do, if I can. Adam is here. Adam, I need help. I've the show off display crate by Brothers Pyrotechnics, and the finale fan cake doesn't say which way to face it. Interesting. Okay, so you might be able to feel the top of it, feel where the tubes are, feel which angle they're going at, and that will give you an idea. If you can't do that, you have 2 options. You can either contact the retailer you got it from and say, which way round do I put it? Or you can skim the top of the cake. You can take the paper topper off the cake, and that way you'll be able to see which way the tubes are angled. So hope that helps. Let me know how you go on. So Northern Light's going to go vertically in the center. What I do want to do, I don't want to do this quite all the way to the top of this. I don't want it to overhang on the center one. I want to do it just a little bit lower down. Reason being is, obviously when I get to the display site, I've got to hammer this frame into the ground. If that's going above there, that's going to be very difficult for me to hammer that bit of wood down into the ground. So the choices would either be, don't attach this candle till I get to site, or mount this so it's just below the top of there, so I can still hammer that down without hammering into the fireworks. So that's what I'm going to do. So Northern Lights is going to go there. Let's Go is going to have to go a little bit higher up here, but it's still going to be well supported. It's going to be okay there. So I think we will attach those like, oh, apologies for my shiny head again. We'll attach this one in the middle first. So I'm going to use a combination of cable ties and tape. What I do need to do though, what I didn't get together were my cable ties. There they are, way over there. Bear with me a second, folks, while I try and reach my a selection I have of cable ties, all kinds of different shapes and sizes. Well, actually, they're not all different shapes. They're all the same shape. They're all just different sizes. But a variety of them. I'm not quite sure which ones we're going to use yet. We shall see. I actually took a punt the other day. There's a new thing on Amazon called Amazon Haul. I don't know if you guys have used that yet. It's kind of their rival to websites like Temu and Alibaba and things like that, where you can buy stuff. You've got to spend a minimum of £15 on stuff, and it gets imported from China, and it's really cheap. You've got to wait several weeks for it. I took a punt on some cable ties on there. These came, and I wish I'd taken a picture of them. These cable ties came like that, completely wrapped in tape. It took me absolutely ages to get into them. So, of course, they're all a bit bent. They've straightened out a little bit now, but they were cheap as chips. You know, a pack of cable ties was like 30p or something like that. But I had to buy them in quite a big bulk to get them on the Amazon Haul. So have you used Amazon Haul yet? Let me know in the chat. Right, so those ones are obviously going to be too small. You could add multiple ones together and get it longer. I'd rather use one single one if I can. Also, you need to be mindful of the width. Don't use cable ties that are a little bit too narrow for big candles. Like these ones here. I'll show you these ones. I don't even know what the width of these particular ones are. Does it say on here? Well, it tells me they're made in China, but yeah, I know that. Doesn't tell me. But these are really, really thin. In fact, I could measure them, couldn't I, on my... let's see what the width of these are. These are about 4 thick, 4 millimeters thick. They would be fine to support a little flimsy candle like that, but I want to use something a bit more substantial for these bigger ones, and certainly for the Vulcan one, which with its 19mm tubes is going to need a bit more support. So not going to use those ones. Not going to use those. Not going to use, well, those are thicker, but I don't think they're going to be quite long enough to go round. So I've then got some 400mm ones, some 500mm ones. I think the 400mm ones are probably going to be the way to go. I did have some 300mm ones somewhere, but off the top of my head, I don't know. Oh, what are these ones down here? Are these 300? These are 300. Yeah, these are 300. These actually say 3.6mm. They look a little bit more than that, but I'm going to use those and some gaffer tape, or am I going to use the longer ones? Let me see how wide the longer ones are. 5mm, 400. Yeah, they're a bit too long though, those ones. Okay, I'm going to use the 300mm ones and support this with tape as well. Now, the other thing you can do as well, if you've got a big candle that's going to have a lot of recoil, you will have seen on my fountain table streams, I use these all the time, these little angle brackets, really useful. So the other thing I can do is I could screw this in under here just to support the base of it. And actually, I think I'm probably actually going to do that. It's not going to do any harm, because, you know, there's a little bit of weight in here. And yes, cable ties and gaffer tape will support it, but it's nice just to have something on the bottom just to support any recoil as well. There's not a lot of recoil from these. There's going to be a bit more recoil from the 19mm tubes for sure, but not from these. I'm not actually sure what diameter these are, but we'll have a look in a bit. So yeah, I'm going to screw one of these angle brackets on in a second. Just need to work out where. I want that to be lower than that. I mean, I could even put, just being really, really, really pedantic, put 2 on, and that would really support it. So I might just do that just for the sake of completeness. If I can get some brackets. There we go. Right, let's get 2 of these. Let's see if they're the same angle. Yeah, there we go. So I could put a couple of those on there. Let me get some screws. Hi, have you used reusable zip ties? You can use reusable zip ties. There's no reason you can't, but they tend to be a lot more expensive. And the amount of cable ties I use, you'll find on professional displays as well, we just use normal single-use cable ties because it works out cheaper. But there's nothing to say you can't use reusable cable ties. You can use them if you so wish. I'm not saying they're any less safer than single-use ones. They're just, at the end of a firework display, it's a lot easier to just snip cable ties off rather than have to go around and undo them all. And that's what we do on big professional displays where you've got hundreds of candles and fountains and all kinds of things that are all cable tied on. You just, at the end of the night, just want to go around and just snip those off. You've not got time to be faffing and like manually releasing each of the reusable cable ties. So from a practical point of view, and also from a cost point of view, I'd say don't bother with reusable ones, but there's nothing to say that you can't. They do the job just as well. Right, where did I put my, there's my drill. So we'll put a couple of these in, like that, and one next to it. There we go, and then that just provides a bit of recoil support for these candles. These candles are not going to have a big recoil on, but it's just another support. And then what I can do as well as cable tying and gaffer taping around those, I can also gaffer tape around the bottom as well and just stop any movement that way. So that's another way to do it. For now though, I'm just going to put a few cable ties on, and remember, don't pull these too tight, folks. So I'm going to do one here. Adam says, I got Gatling gun Roman candles, they're very big and they stay stake and tape. Fingers crossed they stay upright. Got my fireworks from Anfield Fireworks, very well priced, very good. Yes, the Gatling gun is, we can talk about it if you want, folks. Controversial, shall we say. So I've done one cable tie there. I'm going to do another one down here. Like that. So again, I'm not over tightening these. You don't want to over tighten cable ties on candles. And I'll do one more for good measure, kind of in the middle. Like that, and then I will trim off the excess, just because I like it to look neat and because I'm going to be putting gaffer tape over it. If you were just using cable ties and weren't using gaffer tape, you don't need to bother cutting. Nobody's going to see this. Yes, it looks neater, but who's going to see it in the dark? So cut those excess bits off there. Right, and then we shall start gaffering, and I realise I'm going to run out of gaffer tape soon. Have I got another one to hand? Yes, I have. Good. Right. Yes, Gatling gun Roman candles. There's a number of different candles that are all the same format, the same size. In fact, I haven't got a Gatling gun. Let's see if I've still got this. Yeah. Let me bring this in front of the camera. This is Aurora Borealis from Pyroworks. It's since been rebranded to Big Salvo, but it's the same thing. Gatling gun, they're all the same. It's this kind of size candle. They are quite top heavy. They do come with spikes. They will go into the ground. Yes, it's good to put a stake in as well. Put, like we were talking about earlier, put one of these in against it, stick it in the ground, gaffer tape it on, cable tie it on, whatever you want to do, and that will stop it. But they are quite top heavy. But the important thing I want to say about these are not handheld fireworks. You may see videos of people holding these and firing them. That's dangerous. It's illegal. These are not for hand firing. They're for going into the ground. That's what the spike's for, and firing from the ground. So that's the Aurora Borealis candle, which we did actually cover in a stream, I think, last year, maybe even the year before, because there were lots of rumours that actually, if you take the Aurora Borealis label off, there's a completely different firework underneath. And if you want to know what happened on that, go check out that stream. I can't remember which stream it was, a couple of years ago. You'll have to go back and watch all the live streams from my garage, and that was quite an interesting moment. So, some mad random person, yeah, I was down at Anfield. I left my Gatling gun candle, didn't realise till I was home, which is another county, so I wasn't going to go back up for it. Yeah, they are very, very big. When I first saw Aurora Borealis, I was quite shocked at how big it is, but it is misleading. It is deceptive, and I'll show you. I know we're going off on a bit of a tangent now, guys, but when we did this live stream a couple of years ago, and we took the wrapper off. This is the Aurora Borealis, and we did actually very carefully take the wrapper off and discover that there was a completely different Chinese candle wrapper underneath. But one of the things we did do as well is we did actually do a bit of a tear down. Now, you shouldn't take your fireworks apart, okay, folks? Don't do it. I'm a professional, so I did this safely, but don't do this. But just to show you what's actually inside this, because it looks like a massive, massive firework. I mean, the length of this thing. I say they're all the same format, whether you've got a Gatling gun or a Big Salvo or a Mega Gat gun or whatever. They're all the same format. The overall length is 91 centimetres, so nearly a metre. Diameter wise is about 9 centimetres diameter, so they're big things. They look impressive. People see them in shops thinking, wow, that must be impressive, get me one of those. But inside it's basically no different from one of these, because if I get this bit out, if this will come, that is the size and the length of the firework inside. The rest at the bottom is just padding. So the firework does not go all the way to the ground. That is the length of the firework inside. That is virtually no different. In fact, it's only a few centimetres bigger than that. It's the same length as, slightly bigger than that. It's smaller than the Vulcan candle. So that's the extent of the firework. There's how many tubes? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tubes. Okay, so there's quite a few tubes in there, but there is space potentially for 3 more. So, but I was quite surprised at how short that is compared to the actual tube that it's in. So most of it at the bottom is just pure padding. There's just, you probably can't see down here, because this camera won't be light enough down there. But at the bottom of there is just lots and lots of polystyrene. And that is the extent of the Gatling gun candles. Now this was the Pyroworks one, but they're all the same. So don't be deceived by the look of a firework. If you go firework shopping and you see a firework that looks massive and you think, wow, I've got to have that, chances are inside it's not actually anywhere near as big as you think. So it is quite a nice candle. There's nothing wrong with the candle itself. It's nice. It's similar to one of these, but with a few more shots. But yeah, they're excessively packaged, and people do misuse these type of fireworks. So these have a safety distance. They are not designed to be handheld. They're not designed to be fired at people. You put these in the ground, you light them as you would any other Roman candle. Do not hold them. So what a con, says Alfie. Yes, I agree. Well, people shop with their eyes, don't they? If you see this in a firework shop, wow, I want it. But as I say, only like the firework is only like that length in it. So it is misleading. It doesn't need to be. It's not like, oh, this is extra because it gives it more support. No, you could chop that in half and put that down there and it would, but it looks more impressive being that size. So there we go. That's the Gatling gun style candle talked about. I'm sure we'll be talking about it more. Only idiots hold fireworks in their hand, said some mad random person. Yes, absolutely. Don't play with fireworks, end of. Yeah, and if you read the safety labels on the Gatling gun or any of these candles, they will all say, and I'm quite happy to show you this. This is from Aurora Borealis, which is the original one from Pyroworks. It's been rebranded to Big Salvo, but it's exactly the same firework. Let me show you on the close-up cam. They do clearly say on the safety label, if I can get it onto the camera so you can see, warning, do not hold. Do not hold. It's not designed to be held. It will say spectators are recommended to be at least 15 meters away for outdoor use only. So these are not handheld fireworks, folks. If you see people with these holding them, tell them. Report them to the police. They are dangerous. They are illegal. The fireworks themselves are not dangerous. The fireworks themselves are not illegal. If used correctly, there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. They're a nice firework. There's nothing wrong with them. But they are open to misuse. I see people misusing them. These are not designed to be held. It doesn't help that some of them have names like Gatling gun and things like that. When this was called Aurora Borealis, because it didn't have any references to ammunition or weaponry, people weren't holding this and firing this. But, rename this to Gatling gun or something like that, and people automatically think, hey, it's something we can hold and shoot at people or buildings and things. You can't. It's illegal. It's dangerous. Please don't do it. I got the 4 for 50 on the Gatling gun. Got my fireworks delivered, very good price. Yeah, they seem very silly with a handle on them to have a gun like. Yeah, so that's the other thing we should talk about. There are some manufacturers that are making these with handles on them. When I've challenged the manufacturers of those, they say, oh, it's just because customers were complaining that these were quite bulky and quite difficult to carry out to their car, so they put a carry handle on. I don't buy that, okay? The handles have been put on because people want to hold them and fire them like big Gatling guns. And in other countries, they do that. You've probably even seen some video of it. I'm not going to put video of that on my channel or indeed show it because it's unsafe. And my channel is all about the safe and responsible use of fireworks. So I'm not going to be showing you video of people holding these, but people do hold them. And by putting handles on or big kind of trigger things on the back here to make them look like, big bazookas and things like that, no, I don't know why retailers are doing that. It's not helping anyone. These are not handheld fireworks. They are not designed to be held. Even if they have a handle on, they will still say don't hold. Really, the handle shouldn't be on, but really they shouldn't have names that are related to ammunition and guns and things like that and artwork to match. When this was Aurora Borealis, I say no reference of anything to do with ammunition or firearms or guns. This was just a nicely named candle. And to be fair, when this was Aurora Borealis, I didn't see any video of people holding this, misusing this, pretending it was a gun, firing it. But since then, I say we've got these Gatling guns and all kinds of things, and this has been renamed to Big Salvo with artwork to make it look like the barrels of a gun and things, and handles and things. It's just, yeah. Should they be banned? I know people are saying, well, why don't we just ban them? it would be a shame if we did. I mean, they're not an amazing firework. You can get better fireworks with the same effect from like Celtic and Vulcan and all those kind of things. So in terms of like, would we lose anything if they were banned? No, not really. But they shouldn't need to be banned. If used safely and responsibly, they are safe. But when people are holding them and firing them in the streets, you know, that is not great. And if we have to ban them, then we have to ban them. But really, it's down to importers. Importers should not be importing these with names that are related to ammunition or weaponry or artwork that makes it look like that, or handles or holsters or whatever. But if they're just brought in like this as a Aurora Borealis, I personally don't have an issue with that. But it's down to importers. It's down to retailers as well. Really, retailers should be a little bit careful of what you're stocking. It's not for me to say what you can and can't sell, but retailers need to be mindful that people are going to hold these, especially if they look like guns and they've got kind of weaponry kind of names. I have been in, I'm not going to name the retailer, I was actually in a firework retailer last year having a chat with them, and whilst I was in there, somebody came in and said, do you have any of those, you know, those candles that you hold? And the retailer very correctly put them straight and said, no, we don't sell, there are no candles that you hold, we don't sell those. So responsible retailers will know their customers. If somebody comes in and it's clear that they're after fireworks that they can hold and shoot off in the street and use like guns, hopefully responsible retailers will just refuse to sell them. Even if they're overage, you know, because of course fireworks can't be sold to people under 18. But even if you're over 18, it doesn't mean a retailer has to sell you fireworks if you go in and ask for fireworks. If they suspect you're going to misuse them, then really responsible retailers should just refuse to sell you those products. Perhaps offer you something else. He said, well, why have you considered this rather than, you know, a big Roman candle? Why not have some cakes or some barrages and stuff? So there's things that could be done. I think as well, brands, retailers, well, brands and importers, if they gave these different names, like Aurora Borealis, you know, away from the weaponry, give them different artwork, that's going to, you know, not make people associate these with guns. You know, I suggested some names in the forum earlier about, you know, maybe you could call these like fairy dust or angel wings or just something like that, you know, something fluffy, non-threatening, nothing at all even remotely closely associated with guns or weaponry. You know, with some nice fluffy clouds and unicorns and rainbows and stuff to match. I think that would be less attractive to predominantly young men that go out and fire these in the street and stuff. So, but yes, if you think these are massive fireworks, they're really not that great. So there we go. Let's see what people are saying. That was not on last year's stream. You took that wrapper off. No, I think it must have been the year before. It might have been 2 years ago that we did that. I think you're right, because this was rebranded to Big Salvo, I think, last year. So it'll be on my live streams from 2 years ago from my garage. Go check out those. We talked about this in depth. We took it apart. We're really surprised to find a completely different candle underneath. But whatever type of candle you get is actually the same, just with different names, different brands, but it's the same contents inside. So got a Babadoo this year. Yeah, Babadoos are good. They're a Celtic candle, slightly bigger to these ones, but Celtic candles are really good. That was Sparkle Power that said that. You know, in fact, Sparkle Power might be quite a nice name for one of these. You're not going to get big yobbos in the streets firing off a brightly coloured cotton candy rainbow covered unicorn thing called Sparkle Power, are you? There we go. I just watched the classic part, 6 Fireworks UK. I cannot believe that response, Marco. No, I couldn't believe it either. If you don't know what we're talking about, if you only just joined this stream in the last hour or so, go back and watch the first part again. On the other stream, we found some Celtic products that said they were category F2, so we assumed that they were 8 or 15 metre spectator distance. They actually said 25 metre spectator distance. So I queried that with Classic through the importer. And yeah, if you've not seen that, you would not believe the response I had for that. So go back and watch that. It's about half an hour into this stream or thereabouts. So yes, I couldn't believe that response either, Fireworks UK. Hamza says, where do you guys get your fireworks from? Any place that you say is very cheap. So I would always advise, if you've got an all year round retailer, firework retailer, go check them out. I know not everyone's near to them, and that's fine. What I don't suggest you do is go to one of these pop-up ones that appears like 2 weeks before bonfire night in your local high street, and then as soon as bonfire night's over, they've gone and there's no trace they were ever there. Try and avoid those if you can, because, you know, You're not going to get good quality fireworks from them generally, and also there's no traceability. If they disappear, if you've got a problem with your fireworks and you want to go back to them, you can't because they're not there anymore. Don't get them there. Don't get them out of the back of a lorry. If somebody offers you fireworks in a pub or wherever, don't get them there. Always go and try and find an all year round specialist retailer. That said, there are some all year round specialist retailers that are not ones that I'd necessarily recommend, but there are some good ones out there. So if you let me know whereabouts in the UK you are, I might be able to suggest one nearer to you. So Hams also says, anyone help me get into the UKFR forum? Really into fireworks, but it's an invite only forum. It is invite only now. I'm active on there. A lot of people in the chat tonight are active in there as well. If you email me, if you go to my channel About Me page, you'll find my email address. Email me, tell me whereabouts in the UK you're from, tell me why you want to join the forum. I can usually sort you out an invite. Sparkle Power says, yeah, I think in relation to the name of a firework. Yeah. Adam, is it okay to take the paper off to save the mess? Are we talking on top of candles? Yeah, absolutely it is. That's what I'm going to be doing on some of these. Generally, though, you don't get as much mess from candles as you do cakes because, you know, this is quite a small area, tiny little tubes. A lot of the time, most of the paper kind of stays attached in some way to the candle. So less beneficial to do it on candles than it is cakes. But yes, you can take the tops off candles, and we'll do that in a little while. You've just got to be extra careful because on the tops of these, like we can see on the overhead camera on this, each of the tubes has its own fuse and they all kind of get together. Once you cut the paper off, you just got to be careful you don't cut into any of those fuses. So you just have to be extra careful on candles when you take the paper off. But yes, you can absolutely do that. Some random person says that shows how long I've been with you on your streams, Mark. Yes, indeed. Yeah, so that was to say that was 2 years ago. It must have been that we did. We kind of were surprised to find what was under here on the stream. That was a good stream, that one. So that was the Pyroworks Aurora Borealis / Big Salvo, but I say they are all identical. Whether you get a Gatling gun or a Mega Gat gun or anything, they're all the same thing. Right, so we were in the process of attaching this candle, which we've done with these cable ties and also supported them from the bottom. I'm also going to gaffer tape this on. I'm nearly at the end of this roll, but that's fine. We've got some more. So yeah, if I put this on the multi-cam thing, that's not the multi-cam thing, is it? That's the multi-cam thing, there we go. So yeah, you can see this can's a little bit wider than this support. So cable ties alone on this would not be good enough. I would not be happy with that. There's still a little bit of movement in there, up and down. And I don't want to pull these any tighter. I don't want to choke these tubes. But with some gaffer tape around here, it will be absolutely fine. So let's do that now. Alfie says, are you doing a November the 5th garden display this year, Mark? Yeah, you bet I am. On November the 5th, if you're new to my channel, for the past 4 or 5 years now on Bonfire Night, I've done a live stream of some fireworks from my back garden. It's always a lot of fun, always lots of people in the chat. We have a jacket potato, we have a bit of a chat, we have some fun. It's family friendly, so if you're not going out to a Bonfire Night display on Bonfire Night this year, on the 5th of November, why not tune into my channel with all your family? Promise you a good time. It'll be family friendly from my back garden with some fireworks. Yes, I don't know what time it's going to be yet. It'll be fairly early evening because I know a lot of families and young children like to watch. So it might be 5:30, 6 o'clock, something like that. But yes, I will absolutely be doing that again this year on my channel. So there we go. You don't have to go round and round. I know people like to go overboard with gaffer tape and go round and round and round. Just once round is enough there. I'm going to do it in a couple of places just to support this candle. I usually like to do it kind of over the cable ties as well. It just prevents movement of the cable ties. So we'll do one through here. Wrap that around here. That top one actually did a little bit high, so it's not around the cable tie, but that's okay. And also the benefit of putting gaffer tape over the cable ties, when I chopped off those excess bits, it can actually be quite sharp on that little bit that's left. So by putting a bit of gaffer tape over, just prevents me from, you know, rubbing against it and cutting myself when I'm setting this up. Fireworks UK, I'll be watching that replay for sure. Great. Right, let's see if we can get one more strip of gaffer tape in this. Gets a bit more tricky at the bottom. See if we can feed that one through the gap. Kind of through the gap on this side. Actually, what would probably be easier to get it through the gap would be my ruler. I can push that through the gap nicely there, and then turn this over, and hopefully, there we go. Oh, done that a little bit long, but that's okay. That's a good thing about gaffer tape, is it rips in one direction really easily, so you can rip off any excess. You don't need scissors. And then we'll get this other one through here as well, and that will go around like that. So I say you can do this with just gaffer tape and not cable ties. I'm kind of showing you guys how to use both. But that candle is now not going anywhere. That's really nicely attached to that frame. I've not done the cable ties too tight, so I'm not choking the tubes of the candle. Oh, and I can put a little bit across the bottom as well. If I put that little bit, then I've got as an offcut, just to prevent any movement, any sliding around. There, so there we go. That's the first one on there. So I then want the Let's Go candle here. Again, because it's a smaller frame, ideally I'd like it there, but I can't because this is in the way, so I'll go a little bit higher. It's still enough of the candle on the frame to support it. I'm absolutely fine with securing it there, there and there, which is what I'll do now. So again, I will start with some cable ties. Harry says, how many years have I done fireworks? So I first started doing stage pyrotechnics when I was 16 and still at high school. So that would have been in 1996 is when I first started doing stage pyro. And then as soon as I turned 18, which would have been 1998, showing my age now, those of you can work it out, that's when I first started doing fireworks. So I've been doing fireworks since 1998. So, well, pyrotechnics is 1996. But I've always been, even like as a kid, I was interested in fireworks. Obviously, I was too young to actually use fireworks, quite rightly so. But I loved growing up, and, you know, my dad, at bonfire night, I'd go with him to the local newsagents. We'd have all the selection boxes out in a display cabinet. You know, we'd choose one, we'd take it home. He'd let me put it, you know, we put it on the dining table. He'd let me open it up and actually look at the fireworks. Yeah, I couldn't light them. Of course I couldn't. I was too young. But I just loved looking at them and studying them, and that's, so I've always been sort of interested in it, always had that passion. And so as soon as I was legally old enough to do fireworks, I got stuck into fireworks. And I started doing little back garden displays for my family. I was at university when I turned 18. I did displays at my university on a big sports field there. Nowadays you probably couldn't, you probably need to get all kinds of permission, but back in the late 90s, yeah, I could just go and let fireworks off on the field. So I'd do like a big display each year for everybody that was on my course and things like that. So I started off doing little displays like that, and I just love, fireworks can have just such a profound effect on people. I love the audience reaction and response to fireworks when they see something that surprises them or is unusual, and you hear the oohs and the ahs, and you see the little kids' faces looking up in the sky in like awe and things, and it's such a great feeling. So yes, I've been doing fireworks. I haven't worked it out, but whatever the difference is between 2025 and 1996, if somebody can do that sum, that'll be how many years I've done it. It's probably coming up to close on 30 years, I guess, now. So that's that. I possibly could have got a little one of these brackets in the bottom, and I think I will. Why not? I'm not going to do any harm. Is putting fireworks in a bucket of sand safe to fire cakes? Depends how big your cake is. Most cakes will actually have like a berry 2 line on. Let me see if I can... let me see if any of the ones I've got immediately to hand. Yeah, in fact, here we go, the first one I picked up. So cakes normally have, and we'll switch to the close-up cam for this. Oh, a bit too close. Can you see here on this side? Berry line. So this firework, yeah, I can bury it up to that line. It doesn't tell you what you can bury it in. So can you bury it in sand? Yeah. Can you bury it in your garden, in soil? Yeah. Could you bury it in concrete? I mean, it doesn't actually say, does it? But sand is absolutely fine. And that's the way you can do things. If you're doing something on a hard surface, obviously you can't, if you're doing it on concrete or tarmac, you can't dig a big hole in the ground to bury your firework up to that line. But you could use a bucket. All I would say is make sure your bucket is stable. Quite a lot of buckets are quite angled, as in they're big at the top, but have quite a small footprint. That's not particularly stable. Try and get a bigger bucket, as wide a bucket as you can. One that doesn't slope in too much of the side, because all buckets do slope in, but one that's got a really stable base. Fill it with sand, and yes, that is a way that you can secure candles, cakes, anything like that in sand. For candles don't usually have a berry 2 line on, as far as I know. I'm just going to have a look at one of these candles and see if it says berry 2. No, generally candles don't. Cakes do, candles don't. This one, oh, let's go back to this. Yeah, this one doesn't say berry. Basically though, with a candle, you can bury as much of that as you can. If you've got a really deep bucket, bury it all and stop it toppling. And that's the key thing. It doesn't really matter how you support these, as long as they are supported so they won't topple in terms of cakes. Obviously with candles, as we said earlier, don't put them inside metal tubes or indeed plastic tubes. But yeah, for cakes, it's absolutely fine to bury them in sand. There will usually be a line on saying how far you should bury it. So go off that on your cakes. 45, Mark. Yes, that is how old I am. That's correct. Right, let's move this cake out of the way. So yes, if you're curious what those berry 2 lines are on the side of fireworks, that's what it is. If you're burying them in sand, or indeed digging a hole in your grass and burying it in that, I don't know anybody that does that. I mean, let's be honest, if you're firing half a dozen or a dozen or so cakes, are you going to want to dig great big holes in your grass? I don't. So the other way to do it is to do it in buckets of sand, or the way I do it on my grass is use stake and tape. Use some stakes like this, stake around like the 4 sides of a cake, and then put some tape, gaffer tape, duct tape, whatever you want to call it, around. All you're doing is stopping the cake falling over, which you won't do, but you're only making small footprints into your grass rather than great big holes and burying the cake. There is no need to bury cakes if you can support them and stop them toppling in another way that's safe. At that juncture, I'm just going to have a little swig of water. Bear with me a sec. There we go. Right, so I was going to screw this little bracket on here, for which I shall need this. It's pretty good. Makes sense. I'm 43 and our fireworks nostalgia always seem to match up. Yeah, the late 90s, early 2000s were a different time. They really were, absolutely, yeah. Yes, we have a lot better fireworks these days, a lot more powerful fireworks than we used to have back in the 90s. A lot more choice, a lot more variety. And I'd argue a lot safer as well. But then we also have a lot more misuse of fireworks than we did back in the 90s. So... But these days there is so much choice. There's so many brands these days. Back in the late 90s, there were not that many consumer brands around. Now there are so many. You guys are spoiled for choice, as am I. Okay, so we've got 3 cable ties on there. Again, I'm not over tightening them, just done them enough to stop this from toppling. What I'm going to do now is gaffer tape around those cable ties. and then around the candle frame. Like that. Actually, this candle, I'm just about to cover it up, I'll show you on the other one. The Let's Go candle from Celtic does actually have a berry 2 line. I've just noticed it. So the ones from the Evolution ones didn't. These ones obviously don't. These are kind of like semi-pro ones, so they don't have that on there. But the Let's Go candle, I wonder actually if Celtic then do them on the blues and twos. Let's have a look. They do. Wow, okay. Interesting. Right, let me get these ones out and we'll have a look. So the Let's Go and Blues and Twos candles do actually have here a berry 2 line. Not as far as up as I was expecting, I'll be honest, especially on the Blues and Twos. Blues and Twos is quite a heavy candle. The berry 2 line is only here. I'd probably want to bury a little bit more than that if I was burying it, but yes, the Celtic ones do have a berry line. Interesting, there you go. So some candles do state that. A little bit lower down than I would like actually on those candles. I'd want to bury those a little bit deeper, especially that Blues and Twos one, which has got some weight to it. But there we go. Right, so 2 lots of gaffer on here. Let's go for 1 more. Some people ask, does it matter what colour gaffer tape you use? No, it doesn't. You can use black, use silver, white, whatever you want. Sometimes I use silver, sometimes I use black. It's whatever I've got in stock really at any given time. Let's see if I can get this. I need to use my ruler to guide that into place. That's good. And around here we go. You know, not the neatest gaffering, but it doesn't need to be. It does the job. This candle is not going to come off this frame. Okay, so we've got those 2 on there. What else was going on this? Where's my little list? And just check I've got everything on here. So the Let's Go, Red Mine, and the spinners. Okay, so the 3 spinners are going on like a W formation on here. So the way I could do that, I might actually get those kind of like in between there. It's quite a nice way of doing it perhaps, or I might just do them on the back. Yeah, I think I'm actually on these ones. I'm going to do them on the back and I'm going to use those little cable tie beds that we talked about earlier. Yeah, we'll do this like this. There's going to be 3 of these. So I'll put one there, probably 1 here, and then 1 up there. I say there's a link to these exact ones in the description of this stream if you're interested. And this just gives me a bit more support. Rather than cable tying and gaffering onto something that's a little bit wider than these candles, I'm going to use these. The alternative, I say I could do them on the side. I mean, that's one way I could do it. I could do it there and there, potentially. It's kind of as broad as long. I'm just thinking which is going to be the best way to do it. But then I am going to have the issue of the middle one's going to have to be kind of there. So yeah, I think it's going to be better doing them like this, like that, and like that. What I do want to do though is try and avoid, yeah, I've got enough space to still. Again, the other good thing about using these little cable tie beds is it kind of offsets the candle from the wood as well. So I've still got space here to hammer this in without it conflicting with this. So I think we're probably going to screw those in like that and then cable tie that way. Let's just move that there, let's move that there, Get these kind of roughly where I want them. That's good. Great, and then I'll take these off and screw these down. So 1, 2, 3. How do you prevent them from crossfire? In fact, I've missed some chat. Let's. Adam says, "What would you say is the best sort of shot tube for rockets? The ones they come with, or something else?" The ones they come with are absolutely fine, although sometimes they can be a bit flimsy. The best thing you do is I use UPVC pipe. You can get it from like Screwfix and places like that. Chop that down into sizes, and then what I would also advise, whether you use rocket tubes or UPVC pipe, I'll show you a little tip. Let me grab a rocket tube if I can. They're all the way over here. Let's just grab this one. So yeah, your rocket pack should always come with a plastic tube. If it doesn't, ask the retailer, they will give you one. The diameter of the tube will depend on the diameter of the rocket you've got. This is obviously from a bigger rocket. Always try and use the right size tube for the size of rocket. Yeah, you can fire small rockets from here as well, but it's better to use a slightly smaller diameter if you can, only because the flights will be a bit more straight. And if you try and do a little tiny rocket out of a big tube, there's a chance it might not lift straight and could go a little bit erratic. So try and use the right size tube. But these plastic ones, these orange plastic ones you get, they can be a bit flimsy. If you push those into hard ground, that can crack. These can bend. They're not really that great. With UPVC pipe that you can get from DIY places is good to use. It's a little bit thicker, a little bit more hard wearing. What I suggest though, and this is a little tip, to make your rocket tubes last longer, whether you use these or the other ones, get yourself some of the aluminium foil tape that we talked about in another stream and stick a strip of it all the way around, just on the top like that, just all the way around. And what that does, it will prolong the life of your tubes, because when you have a rocket here and a fuse right next to it, when you light it, the power from that fuse can actually melt these tubes. Happens really, especially on these little thinner tubes. Let me see if I can grab a tube and show you the effect of what can happen if you don't. Bear with me a sec whilst I traverse all this gubbins back here. Yeah, so here's one. This is a well-used one. So yeah, if you don't do that, then your rocket tubes can end up pretty damaged, pretty burnt. You can still use it, it's not unsafe, but you know, eventually this will become unusable. So that's a burn mark there. In fact, let's maybe show that on the close-up cam to give you a better idea. So that's just from being right next to a fuse when the fuse from the rocket's gone off. But if you put this aluminium tape around the top of your tube before you use it, strip of that around, that will prolong the life. This will reflect the heat, and you know, it will make your tubes last longer. So I hope that helps. How do you prevent them from crossfire, says Alfie? I think we're now talking again about the candles. Let me just get rid of this rather dirty rocket tube. That's something else, like rocket tubes at the end of your display will probably be the most dirtiest thing you remove. They get so dirty. How do you prevent them from crossfire? So crossfire with candles is less of an issue. Fountains, when fountains go up and they go out to the sides, and you get hot fallout and sparks falling to the sides, which can fall on other fountains and cross-ignite them. Candles generally don't have the same issue, because candles fire basically straight up, not kind of out around the sides. So I'm not particularly concerned about cross-ignition on these candles. If you were concerned, again, you can use the aluminium foil tape across the top. The candle will shoot through those, no problem. I will actually be using aluminium foil across the tops of mine, just because of the way I'm going to fuse them, because I'm going to be using something called tape match, which we might talk about in a little while. And there's going to be tape match across the top, and that is very susceptible to sparks. So I will put some aluminium foil tape over the top of that, but we'll come on to that in a little while. For now, I just want to screw these little holders down in place. One. And welcome everyone if you're just joining me. We've been going for a good few hours now, haven't we? 2.5 hours we've been going so far. If you've not clicked like yet on this video, on this stream, why not take a moment to just click that thumbs up button, let YouTube know that you're enjoying this. Right, that's those bottom three. We'll do the middle three. Again, apologies if my head gets in the way of this shot. I know it's not the most flattering angle of me. That's good. We'll do another one up here. So these three candles are all going to fire together. There's a number of ways I can do that. I could either put an igniter on each, which is probably what I'm going to end up doing. The other way you could do it is you could use that tape match that I was talking about before and tape match across the top of them. That's another way of doing it, but that is very susceptible to sparks. If a spark falls on that link, it's going to set all your candles off prematurely. The other way you can do it is with visco fuse, and you can visco fuse between them. If you use fast visco, you can get different types of visco fuse that burns at different speeds. Normal visco that you find on these fireworks typically burns at a rate of 1 centimetre a second, but you can get ones a faster visco fuse that burns a lot quicker. So you could do that. You can also get lightning fast visco, which is almost like quick match. Quick match you won't be able to get because it's a professional item, but there's a number of different ways you can do it. The easiest way is to just put an igniter on each, though. I haven't quite decided whether I'm going to do that. I may well do, or whether I'm going to link them with lightning fast fuse or with tape match. I'm probably going to just do an igniter on each. Good, nearly there. 2 more to do. One of which is going to go here. Like that. And one up here. There we go. So now these spinner candles will fit in here quite nicely. That was a little bit loose. Let me just, I mean, it's fine, it's going to hold it, but I just want to just tighten that one up a little touch. Maybe even a little bit more. There we go. That's good. So 1, 2 and 3, like that. I say this is a 20-degree fan, so I've got one that's going to be firing vertical, one off to the left by 20 degrees, one at the right to 20 degrees. So let's get those cable tied in. I don't need as long a cable ties with these. Let's see if I've got some shorter ones to use. Yes, I have. We'll use some of these. So these just go through there like that. Cable tied like that. Again, not too tight because I don't want to choke the tubes. that could be a hashtag, couldn't it? Hashtag choke the tubes. We've not had many hashtags this season, have we, folks, yet in the chat? But that might be a contender. We've had all kinds of hashtags on this stream in the past. I think hashtag Clay Bung Bits is still my favourite. From 2 years ago, was that 2 years ago, that one as well, I think? There we go, there's that one in. And this one. Like so, and one more at the bottom. It's a little bit more tricky to get in. I probably should have done it before I put the candle, the other one in. Let's just move that out of the way a second, see if I can get this through here. There we go, it's there, I just need to get it out. Easy said than done. Maybe I need my little pocket knife just to lift it up. Hashtag angle the candles. I like that. Angle the candles. There we go. It's up. Yeah, that's a good hashtag. I like that one. Okay, the last one, I'm going to get a cable tie in first before I start at the bottom where it's a little bit more crowded. There we go. In fact, what I could do, there's no reason why I couldn't put all 3 cable ties in together. Oh, that's an interesting one. If you can see that, that's very. Put that on the put that next to a ruler, something a straight edge. That one is a very, very bendy cable tie. It's bending in the wrong way though, so I might leave that one to one side. Let's get a slightly better one. In fact, that one's pretty bent as well. Obviously, they do bend in one way. Of course, they bend in that way, but they're not meant to bend the other way. Go, and then one more up here. Like so. And then I'm just going to cut off the excess on these cable ties. That one perhaps could have been a little bit tighter, but it'd be fine. Some mad random person says hashtag BFN can't come soon enough. Yeah, BFN bonfire night can't come soon enough. Well, actually, to be fair, I didn't realise how close it was the other day. I was like, oh, actually, it's pretty quick. I need to get a shift on with this. I'd be quite happy if bonfire night was another 2 weeks away. But there we go. That said, I have been a bit preoccupied. My wife is expecting a child at the start of December, so that's obviously taken a lot of thinking and preparation stuff about. So fireworks have been a little bit more of a back burner this year, but I'm just pleased it's the 1st of December that baby's due, not the 1st of November. So hopefully get fireworks season out of the way first, which would be good. So there's not a lot of weight in these candles. I don't think they're going to need much gaffer tape. I'm just going to put a little bit around there. Oh, it didn't quite go all the way around. Oh, in fact, there's the end of my gaffer tape roll. That's fine, I've got more. I'll stick that on there. Right, that can go in the bin. Let me find some more gaffer tape. Duct tape, this is actually called. I call it gaffer tape, but anyway. New roll. Oh, I love the smell of a new roll of gaffer tape. Yeah, I'm strange, I know. Right. This is going to go around and join onto the gaffer tape around that red mine one. That's going to be fine. And then, what's the scripting software like for Firetech? That'd be a good video. Yeah, I'm hoping to do some videos, some more Firetech videos on the scripting. It's a little bit lackluster. There isn't actually any Firetech own software yet for their system. They recommend using something called Pyro Ignition Control. You might be familiar with that. There is a plugin for that for Firetech. Pyro Ignition Control is very clunky. It's not been updated in years. And actually the Firetech plugin for that isn't really compatible with the latest hardware. So you can design it in Pyro Ignition Control and export it as a CSV file, but then you do have to manually tweak the CSV file to get it into a format that can be read by the latest Firetech hardware. So it's a bit long-winded, or alternatively you can just do it manually in a spreadsheet and a CSV file. So I will be doing some videos on that. And actually next week on some of the live streams where we start scripting this show, we might look at one or both of those methods on some of the live streams then. So the software isn't great. I believe that high-end software like Finale and FWSim will actually export in a format that Firetech uses, but obviously that's quite expensive software. It's not software I sadly at the moment have. Maybe one day if I make some money from this channel, not that I'm trying to do that, but you never know, in the future maybe. But yeah, at the moment you're kind of limited to Pyro Ignition Control or manually creating your own CSV file, which isn't ideal, but there you go. We'll cover that on another stream coming up, I'm sure. So that's my candle sight for my right hand candle position. So that's going to go like that. The other one's going to be kind of a mirror. So the one on the other side is going to have exactly the same things, but the Let's Go candle is going to be on this side, not that side. So, but what we will do is I did say we'd take the tops off these and have a look at these. So it would have actually probably been easier to do before we detach these. In fact, it would be. So we'll leave this one for now. We'll move on to the other side, which is going to be a mirror of this, but we will take the tops off these candles before we do that, and then we can have a better look at them. So let me move that out of the way for now. I'm going to need another Let's Go. I'm going to need another Northern Light, which is already out there. So it's like, where's it gone? It's there. And another 3 spinners for this. So I'm tempted by the Finale 3D Hobbyist. Whilst a lot on subscription, the outlay for Windows PC is a bit, yeah. I did look at the Finale 3D Hobbyist and I'm like, yeah, I'm tempted, but yeah, I really enjoy the designing side as well. So my background is in like lighting and sound. I'm an event professional. I do fireworks as well, but I do theatre and all those kind of things, arena shows and all those sorts of things. So I've used like lighting design software. There's a great package called WYSIWYG that allows you to 3D render lighting designs and things like that. So I love all that kind of stuff. I'd love to be able to do that with Finale, but there is quite a hefty price tag on Finale. So maybe one day, as I say, maybe one day on this channel, when we get a few more subscribers, maybe I could justify the expense, to be able to do some videos on that, and we'll learn it together and things. We'll see. That said, for those of you who are new to the channel, if you want to support the channel, it's never expected, it's always appreciated. There's a little super chat button. It looks like a $sign near the bottom of the chat. If you do a super chat during this stream, you will get your name on a firework that's going to be used in this display. 6, 7 of you have already done that. There's some random person on that candle. So if you do a super chat tonight, then your name will go on it. If you don't want a super chat, there's also PayPal. Some people prefer PayPal. You'll find a link to that in the description of this stream if you want to support me that way. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to get Finale and dig into that in more depth on this channel. Right, so Let's Go and the Northern Lights Red Mine. Let's do the Let's Go first. So we're going to take the paper off here. Someone's asking before, can you take the paper off candles? Yes, you can. You just have to be careful not to cut the fuses, because there's going to be a lot of fuses at the top of your candle. Normally, there are some candles that have a fuse on the side rather than the top. Most of them have them on the top. There are some that have them on the side where you have a little bit of visco sticking out. That will then go into quick match up to the top. Same kind of principle. You just got to be really careful when you cut into these. And actually, talking of quick match, in fact, actually, this one, I thought this one had the fuse at the top. It doesn't. This one is exactly one of those. This has the main fuse at the side there. So a bit of visco under there, and into that, it goes into quick match. So again, I'm not going to talk too much about quick match. Quick match is, again, something that you need to have specialist knowledge about. You can't buy quick match. You can't go out to the shop and say, oh, I just fancy buying some quick match. You can't get it. It's for professional use only. But some fireworks do have quick match under their wrapper. And this is one of them that does. So we can see the quick match into there. So this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tubes. And quick match down to the side, and the fuse is at the side. So I've just realised that I may have inadvertently, without realising, gaffer taped over the... Oh, no, that's interesting. That is interesting, because on this Let's Go one, the fuse is right down here, not halfway down the candle. So is this one... This one's different. That's interesting. They must be two different batches. Of course, I've covered... Oh, no, they are different batches. Okay, there we go. That's interesting. So this one is batch CC2021007. This one is batch CC2024016. This one has visco going into a visco bundle at the top. This one has visco on the side going into quick match all the way up to the top. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting that. To be fair though, I did buy these at two different times. I've had one of these. I guess I don't know which one now. Probably the one with the earlier batch number. This one, I've had this one in stock for a number of years, waiting for a use for it. I thought I'd get another one this year so I can use them in a pair. So this one's probably the newer one. And that's now got visco into quick match. This is visco into a visco bundle at the top. So that's going to be an interesting challenge for me, because they're going to be fused in two different ways. To get them to ignite both at the same time, I have to have a bit of a think about that. But yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to actually just take the fuse cover off this one and just have a look. I am going to take the paper wrapper off this one. You know, this now looks like I'm playing the bagpipes. Should have done this before I attached them to the frame. But let's just have a look how this one differs then. So this one, under the paper top is paper tape, which will be holding all the, I suspect, visco fuses. Let's move a bit forward so you can see it on the overhead cam. Together. So yeah, under here, I'm going to be very careful with my knife. Yep. This has the, what's quite common on candles, so I will show you on the camera in a second. Let me just take all this sticky paper tape off. So this one has a leader fuse, leader visco fuse there, into a bundle of fuses that then go all into different tubes. There's no quick match on this batch number at all. This is an older version of Let's Go. I'm hoping they're going to perform the same now, given all this. This one has, well, this one is quite different actually. I'm not going to take the paper top off, but this has got quick match in the center, but then all the tubes are linked with black match rather than visco. So that's interesting. I'm just going to check it has the same number of tubes. Yeah, which is good. It's the same number of shots, the same number of tubes. So yeah, that's going to be fun to fuse those in a way where they both fire at the same rate and at the same time. But yeah, two different, same candle, two different batches. One has a fuse down the side, visco fuse into quick match up to the top, and then black match between all the tubes. One just has a visco leader into a bundle of visco fuses. So yeah, that's quite interesting. I'm glad we checked that, because I would have gaffer taped that onto the frame and covered that up. So there we go, that is interesting. In terms of which one's better, this one with the quick match is better, and with the black match between tubes, that should light a lot quicker and a lot more evenly than the Visco one. So I prefer this one, especially as a professional, because I can. It's easier to fuse that with it having quick match in than the other one that just has Visco, in order to get an instantaneous lift. But yeah, there's that one. Interesting. And so the main fuse under here, there, and that will go. I can actually feel the quick match all the way up there. So interesting. Do you know what? I like these live streams. I love discovering new things on these live streams. Like we discovered the 25 meter safety distance on those classic F2 items we discovered on the stream. We've just discovered this. We discovered all that extra padding in that lap dance cake and slightly smaller tube, well, significantly smaller tubes than was advertised. We discovered the other day on one of the Yorgi cakes, it was meant to have 26mm tubes and it was less than 25. So yeah, I love discovering things like this. So there we go. There's the top of that. Then I'll probably show you on the close-up cam as well. I know it's not easy to say. I could take this paper off, but I don't want to because there's black match kind of being held in place by this tape. But there's the quick match into the center, and then I don't know if I can kind of show you a little bit of the black match. You can actually see if I lift that up. There's the black match between the tubes. What's black match? What's quick match? It's effectively, essentially the same. Quick match is basically just black match with tubing around it. Black match is the same stuff but without the tubing. So quick match does fire slightly quicker because it's enclosed than black match, but black match fires a lot quicker than Visco. So that's Let's Go. Let's have a look at this one. I think from the feel of this one, this is going to be the same as the other Let's Go. So just a single Visco fuse into a group of Visco fuses. This is the red mine from the Northern Lights pack of candles from Evolution. I can hear fireworks going off as well in the local area. Probably not being picked up on the mic because they are a bit of a distance away, but yeah, fireworks going off. What time is it? It's still before 11, so that's absolutely fine. It's still legal. Anything after 11 PM tonight, anywhere in the UK, if you hear fireworks going off, it's illegal. On most nights of the year, it's illegal to set off fireworks after 11, with the exception of a bonfire night where you can do it up till midnight, or I don't even know why I'm going that way. I don't know why I just walked off camera that way. Or New Year's Eve when you can do them up to 1 AM. And there's a couple of other days as well, like Diwali and things you can do up to midnight, and Chinese New Year as well. So yeah, this is the same. This is a single fuse there into a bundle of fuses under this tape, which I'm not going to remove for now. But this has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 tubes as well. Again, 56 shots, the same number of shots, same form factor as this one, same size, basically. But this one's got a nice red mine effect, supposedly. Again, I've seen the video and it didn't look great, but the videos of all 4 of the candles from this pack didn't look great. But I fired 2 of them last year. It was the, let's have a little look. It was the green crackle I fired last year and the silver mine, and they performed a lot better than the video. There's very limited video on these. So quite happy with those. I'm hoping the red mine and the whistle are going to perform just as well this year. So there we go. So there's that one. I'm not going to take the tops off these ones. You don't need to. They will fire like this. I know somebody actually asked on my video, because I did a video of all 7 of these Vulcan candles. They were saying, do you need to take the paper off? Does it help? You don't need to take the paper off at all. The fuse is here on the side. It will fire through the paper. Don't waste your time taking the paper off. In fact, I'd suggest don't cut the paper off on here, because you're going to be cutting into quick match, which is not ideal. The Visco fuse is only here, and then it goes into quick match the rest of the way. And there's also a cable tie on the top there as well. So don't bother. Fire this as it is. It's how it's designed to be fired. Don't take the top off that. The spinners, you actually do have to take the tops off these, because the fuse is actually under the red polythene. You find this on a lot of candles with this red polythene. You think, where's the fuse? Where's the fuse? The fuse is actually inside. You have to cut into here to be able to access the fuse. So we'll do that on these little spinner candles. Once you do take the tops off candles, be careful not to tip them upside down, because you'll find loads of sawdust comes out. These are usually packed with sawdust in between each of the shots. So the way these work, there's a piece of visco. Sometimes it's a really tiny, yeah, I mean that's the amount of visco that's sticking out of the top of this candle. That's not great, is it? That's not a lot. You can just about clip a visco onto that, clip a talon igniter onto that. But basically that fuse runs all the way down the side of the candle, all the way to the bottom. And there's a number of shots. In this one, there's 8. So there's 8 shots that'll be spaced in here. And between those, each one's got a little lift charge. Between those, it'll be packed with effectively sawdust to give that separation. If it wasn't like that, then all the shots would fire together rather than evenly over the duration of the candle. So, but if you tip this up, if I tip this up now, typically nothing's going to come out of this one. There you go. But quite often they will. So once you've taken the top off, try not to tip them up if you can. But I don't like how short the fuses are on that. It does make it quite difficult to connect, to fire electronically. So you can just about attach a talon to that. But with E-match, that would be a bit of a challenge. This one I think has a slightly longer fuse on. I think. No. Take that one back. This one has exactly the same length fuse. But I know you're probably worried thinking, okay, well, normally when I get a firework, it's got a decent fuse on. I know I can light it. I've got time to get away. This doesn't give me a lot of time to get away, does it? Is what you're thinking. But actually, this goes down quite a way. Let me get, where's my I was using cable tie. If I put this cable tie down here. So there's that before it actually reaches the fireworks. So you've got all that. So you've got a good, you've got a good 5, 6, potentially 7 seconds to get away before the first shot comes out of that. In fact, it'll be even longer because it's got to reach the bottom of that shot. I think the average, legally they have to have a 7-second delay on visco fuse on consumer fireworks. So you should always have 7 centimeters effectively of visco fuse. If you light it at the tip before it goes off, you should always have 7 seconds to get away. So this should be the same, it should be no different. Sorry, I realise I'm standing far back so you see me on that camera, but then you can't see the overhead. So you do sometimes get, not on this candle, but on slightly bigger Roman candles, you might actually get 2 fuses on it. I've done a whole video on that as well. If you check out my video and search 2 fuses, I answered the question, why does my Roman candle have 2 fuses? So I'm not going to answer that here because that will detract from that video, but bookmark that one, and that's one to go back and watch at a later date. So there we go, we're taking the tops off those. So let me get my other candle one. This has been in storage for quite a while. There's quite a lot of cobwebs on here. So yeah, these are cheap to build. Yeah, they take a bit of time to build, but once you've built it, you can use it year after year after year. So we'll get this one here. Now I need to make sure I get this crossing over. Let me just have a look at my other one because I want this on the other side. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Northern Lights was in the middle as before. I want to do it slightly lower than that so I can hammer that in. This needs to go on this side this time, and of course I'm going to have to, well, if you were connecting a talon to this, obviously you need to keep this free. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to release a little bit of this. There's the visco into the E-match, not into the E-match, into the quick match, which runs up to the top. So I'm going to release that, get rid of that bit. And that way I can attach that and keep that free, and then I can electronically fire that separately. So that was going to go there. This one is going to go there. Let me see how much space I left on the top of that one. Yeah, about 1 centimetre. Which is what I've got there. So be interesting series, a live stream, nothing else from the piracies is quite. Oh yes, we're talking about the finale 3D software. Yeah, you're right. It would be. That's the thing about fireworks, it is quite seasonal. As a professional, I do them all year round. You know, there's weddings and things throughout the year, but this is the busiest season. The rest of the year it is quite quiet, which is why not a lot happens on my channel for 6 months of the year, especially when we're waiting for new fireworks to come in, because each year new fireworks come in, but they don't tend to arrive. We find out about them maybe January, February is when brands start to say, hey, this is coming in this year, but it's just China production footage. It might be completely different to what actually lands, and then it doesn't actually arrive in the country till, well, sometimes, I mean, stuff is still arriving now, but usually, if everything's on time and on track, by about July time is when new fireworks start coming in for the year, but quite often it's late September, even October, sometimes even after bonfire night, new stuff comes in that was meant to come in before bonfire night and isn't here, and so it's in time for New Year. But yeah, it would be nice to do more stuff on my channel throughout the year as well, but obviously I can't do reviews of brand new fireworks because they've not arrived. So any other fireworks I would have to pay for and do it that way. So we might do it, we'll see. But yeah, a little like more videos on fire tech and the scripting side of that, finale stuff. There's lots of stuff we can do during the year, firework related on my channel. And of course there are firework events throughout the year as well, which I go to and film that and put that on my channel as well. So yeah, I'll try and be a bit more active in the first sort of 6 months of next year. But that said, I'm going to have a newborn baby, so we'll see how we go. But hopefully these kind of streams, I like the fact you can go back and watch these again. The streams are there from previous years as well, so there's plenty of content on my channel. Even if I'm not uploading new stuff or going live, there's so much material on my channel now, from fireworks, firework reviews, first landing footage, firework displays, professional displays, some of my own displays. You can watch this display that I'm doing in Liverpool, I've done for a number of years. You can watch previous year's displays on my channel. And of course, these live streams are available to rewatch anytime as well. Right, let's get a couple of angled brackets to support these. Try and get some ones that are relatively straight. So that one might have a bit of an angle on. Let's have a look. No, it's okay. So we'll screw those in there. Some mad random person, you need to try and get Pete to import Funky Vivaldi cake. It's a belter. I haven't seen that one, but you know, the videos I've seen of Funky, it does look really impressive. This is the first year I'm going to be doing some Funky products. We've already talked about the Funk and Finale one. We've got some other little bits from Funky which we've not got onto yet. Some ground level stuff and some single shots and things that we'll talk about on a future stream as well. So I'm excited to fire some Funky for the first time this year, because everyone's always asking me about it and I have no first-hand experience. It is still relatively inaccessible compared to some other brands like Celtic and Vivid that, you know, most retailers have. The importers of Funky are a little bit more tightly controlled and won't let certain retailers sell it, so it's not as accessible as it should be, because it looks good quality stuff. They keep quite a tight control over who can access it. So even though it's been around for a few years now in the UK, this is the first year where I've actually been able to access it. So I'm looking forward to trying it for myself. All right, let's put this one in here. There we go. Right, just take that off a second because I'm going to cable tie this one on now, which I can't remember which cable ties I used for that one. This one, I think. Let's get that out of the way. Give me a bit more room. So one cable tie there. We'll do one kind of midway down, and then one lower down again. Apologies for my head being in the way. There we go, that's good. So we'll chop the ends off those. And then brand new roll of gaffer tape. Oh, first of all, we'll use one of these little bits to stick on the bottom. Don't think I did one of those very tight. Let me just tighten that up a touch. That's better. So stick that on the bottom, and then we'll do some around the other cable ties. This is always the tricky one. Should always really do this bottom one first. It's the most awkward one to get to. But let's see if we can... Oh. There we go. That's better. I might need to use my... a bit too long. Let's rip a bit of that off. And use my ruler to just prise this down. And why do you tape over the cable ties? That's a really good question. You don't have to use cable ties, you could just use gaffer tape. But there is a bit of weight in these candles, so I like to kind of use both. The reason I tape over the cable ties, because I can't do them too tight, because you could choke the candle, you have to do them tight but not over tight. It means that the candle can still move up and down. So by gaffer taping over those, you're basically holding the cable tie onto the candle, if that makes sense. And so it can't move up and down as well. So it can't move left and right because the cable ties are stopping it. It can't move up and down because the gaffer tape's stopping it. You don't have to go over the cable ties with gaffer tape. You could do gaffer tape and cable ties separately. You could just use cable ties. You could just use gaffer tape. It's not going to do any harm to, use both, make it extra secure. The other reason as well, because you saw me chop off the ends of the cable ties after I tighten them, they can be quite sharp, the bits you've chopped off. So by putting the gaffer tape over the cable ties, you're protecting yourself from getting cuts and stuff on the display site. So a couple of reasons why we do it, or why I do it like that. Let's see if I can get this bit of gaffer tape down the side and through this way. There we go. That's good. Okay, so that's that one. Then next we've got Let's Go, which is going to go on here like that, and we'll cable tie that one on. Jaden says, just had a look to see if any of my F2 cakes had quick match, but he goes from Visco to the Pick Pink Quick Fuse. Whew, we got there in the end, folks. It's late. I'm tired. Yeah, so some fireworks do that. I don't know if I've got any Pick Quink. Why am I saying Pick Quink? Quick Pink. Yeah, here's an example of what you're talking about here. Let's show this on the close-up cam if we can. So Visco fuse, green Visco that goes into pink Visco. That's what you're talking about. That's what you find inside cake. So you'll see that bit. That's the bit that you'll see outside of your cake, and then inside the cake, it will go to that. It's quite common in cakes if the fuse is at the top of the cake, and then down the side it might be pink fuse into the tube. They burn at different rates. The quick pink fuse obviously burns a lot faster than the 1 centimetre a second Visco fuse. This doesn't burn quite as quickly as quick match. It can be comparable, but quick match is faster. So yeah, you're more likely to find pink Visco, quick Visco on your F2 cakes than you are quick match, generally speaking. That said, there are plenty of cakes and candles that do have quick match as well, but yeah, that's what you're talking about there for those who are interested. Right, let's cable tie this one on. So actually, before I do, obviously you saw me get that fuse out of the way so it's not going to be interfering with my cable ties and my gaffer tape. You might be thinking, oh, because I've taken that paper off, does that affect the structure of this candle? No, it doesn't. Inside, behind this paper, you can see these candles are actually taped together and then the outer wrapper is put on. So this wrapper is actually just decorative. You could take the entire wrapper off, but then you wouldn't know what the product was. So this doesn't actually affect the structural integrity of this candle just by taking that bit of wrapper off. So in case you were wondering. So there's one cable tie. Sorry, I'm in the way of the camera again, aren't I? 2 cable ties and three cable ties like that. So I'm going to chop the ends off, and again that's what makes them a little bit sharp. So putting gaffer tape over the top of them just prevents me from catching myself on these when I'm setting these up on the display site on the day itself. And then we'll do some gaffer tape around these as well. Let me just use my ruler to guide that roughly where I want it. There we go. Oop. Don't need, why am I getting more cable ties out? I need gaffer tape, not cable ties. There we go, so there's those two on. So turn this over then now. And on this side is where we're going to put the 3 spinner candles, and we're going to space those out using those cable tie beds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those. Actually, does it tell me what they are officially called on here? Cable tie base. There we go. I say you'll find a link to these in the description if you're interested in getting some. They're fairly cheap, just off Amazon. Right, let's work out where these are going to go. Where they all meet, that's going to need to go up there, so that needs to go about there for the first one. Obviously, one thing I should, I mean, this might be quite an obvious thing, but make sure you're using the right length screws. Obviously, I'm screwing here through wood, and behind that is a firework. What I don't want to be doing is putting a screw into the firework, okay? Now, I know these screws are not longer than the thickness of this wood, so I'm okay, but just always be mindful of that. If you're screwing things onto candle frames, ideally do it before you attach your fireworks, which is what I should have done. But always be conscious of screwing nails in anywhere near fireworks that you're not actually driving nails into your fireworks itself. The other thing to be really mindful of as well is if you're doing any screwing with your screwdriver anywhere near quick match, make sure you keep the quick match out of the way. It's always possible that when you screw in, once this is screwed in, you can get, if that's rotating in there, if that jumps, you could actually produce sparks between those two, because these are these are not non-sparking screws. This is not a non-sparking screwdriver, so you could get sparks produced when you screw this in. So always be mindful. Keep fireworks, especially a tape match, quick match, anything like that. Keep them well away when you're doing using your screwdriver. That's good. And we'll do one kind of midway. Good. One over here. And then 3 towards the top. And then last but not least, one up here. Oh, my head's in the way again. Great. So that's those. I'll use my slightly shorter cable ties for these. How long are these? Does it tell me? 200 mil, so 20 centimeters. These ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to get all these in first before I put the candles on this time, because it's going to be a lot easier. 1, 2, 3. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, so yeah, I really like these cable tie bases. Really, really useful. And again, you can reuse them year and year and year, as I do. Right, let's work out where that's going. So that's going to go, I think, there. Okay, we'll do the middle one first. It's good. In terms of waterproofing these candles, you could waterproof each one individually, wrap each one in, cling film or cellophane or whatever, or you could just put a bag over the top. Because the spread on these is not massive, I could, and I will, just put a plastic bag on this. Once I've set this up on the site, plastic bag over the top, it'll be fine. It's exactly the same as I do in my fountain tables. My fountain tables are quite nicely compact. I can just put a big bin bag over it, tie it around with some tape or something at the bottom if it's going to rain, and then just whip that off a few minutes before I'm about to fire. A bit fiddly to get to. There we go, we got it. On the other stream we looked at the funny little pictorial grams you get, the little safety things you get on here. Here's a fun one. Let me show you this one. There we go. No wine glasses and bombs. I mean, I guess that means don't use fireworks under the influence of alcohol. I get it, but I just like the way they're kind of indicating fireworks with a big, cartoon style bomb. Not as funny as the ones we had on the other stream though, where snowballs were getting caught in rakes. If you don't know what we're talking about, you need to go back and watch the last stream. I was in fits of laughter with some of the suggestions you guys were coming up with, some of the pictorial safety grams on some of those cakes. They were funny. I still don't know what some of those little icons actually mean. There we go. That's those in place. I'm just going to cut off the excess. Brad says, hello guys, 3 hours later. Well, hey, it doesn't matter, Brad. Welcome in. You're very welcome here anyway. And of course, you can always go back and watch the replay at a later stage. And I suggest you do, because we've got some interesting information about Classic in there that might surprise you, might shock you. So you might want to go back and watch this stream at another time. But welcome in to the live portion that you've been able to make. I appreciate your company here this Friday. We're still in Friday. Still in Friday here. Time is coming up to 10 to 11. I say we'll go till about midnight, something like that. And I appreciate you guys staying a little bit longer this time, because of course a lot of you don't have work in the morning. So I know on the past streams we've been doing throughout the week, people haven't been able to stay too late because they've got to get up for work early in the morning, and I get that. But tomorrow's Saturday. Hopefully you guys can have a bit of a lie-in. I'd love to be able to do that. Unfortunately, my daughter will get me up dead early again, I'm sure. And then I'm out doing an actual display tomorrow with a company I crew for. So I'm going to have a long day tomorrow. So there won't be a stream tomorrow. There may well be a stream at some point on Sunday evening. We'll see. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. But subscribe, enable all notifications. Then if I do go live, YouTube will usually give you a 30-minute warning, and then also let you know when I do go live as well. So, right, let's get a little bit of tape around the top ones. It says not a lot of weight in these candles. I'm not really worried. There's going to be a lot of movement in here. They're very small bore, so I'll just go around like that. Some mad random person. Right, Mark, everyone, I need to bounce. There we go, to talk about people staying late. If I get a chance to check back in later, I will. Good night, everyone. Well, good night, some mad random person. Thanks for being here tonight. I appreciate your company on my live stream. And also thank you so much for the super chat a little bit earlier on. Your name is now well and truly firmly on the candle for this display. If anyone's tuned in since we've done that, what are you talking about? Super chats are a way that you can support creators like me on YouTube. By the bottom of the chat, you'll find a little dollar sign. If you click that, you can send a super chat and we'll read it out. And if you do super chat during this stream, your name will be written on the side of a candle that's going to be used in this display. And 7 of you have already done that. We've already got Carlos, Kamara Brocade, Bulletproof Mum, Charlie 808, Craig Whiteman, Cameron, and some mad random person. So if you super chat in this stream, then you can get your name on the candle as well. It's going to go on there like that. That's good. So we've got an hour to assemble the last central frame. We'll see how far we get with that. But for now, there's our second outer frame done. So that's going to be on the audience's right as they look at it at the back. So everything's straight firing apart from the spinners that are W firing. On this one, this Celtic candle is going to go off in that direction. On the other side, it's going to go on in the opposite direction, and they're going to meet somewhere in the middle. That's the plan. So those are the two outer candle frames done. There's a bit more on the inner frame though, which is why the inner frame is a bit bigger, a bit more substantial, and looks a little something like this. But it still fits in on the overhead camera, so that's quite nice, isn't it? So what's going in on this? Well, let me get rid of some. I've got massive cable ties here, and I don't know why, because I'm not actually using half of them. Let's get rid of some of these cheap little Chinese ones that are rubbish. And move all these bigger ones I don't need out of the way. Give it a little bit more space, because there's more going on this central one. We're going to have blues and twos, the new one from Celtic, going on here. Let me check my list and refresh my memory what else is going on here. Yes, we're gonna have another Northern Lights Red Mine, and we're also going to have 3 of the Northern Lights whistles, and then another 3 fanned spinners. So this is set at 25 degrees. My other 2 ones are at 20 degrees. This is the middle one, so I want a little bit of a wider spread on this. There is quite restricted space at the sides of this display as well, which is why the angles are, not too obtuse. But in the middle I can go a little bit wider, so that's what we'll do. So we need to work out where we're going to get all this on. So they're going to go on this side. They're going to go on the other side. Probably need to, want to be able to leave a little space so I can hammer this in. So I want to come down a little bit there. Blues and twos can go in like that. That's going to look good. Northern Lights we will do on the other side, and then we'll work out how we're going to get these spinners on as well. Yeah, but for now, let's get these blues and twos in place. So I'm going to put a bit of support at the base of these again with my angle brackets. Probably get 2 in for each. Let's just lift that out of the way. There we go. Empty out some more screws. So this is worth doing because there is quite a lot of weight in these, especially these big candles. And so when they're up vertically on a post and supported, with gaffer tape or cable ties, there is still going to be a lot of weight trying to force it down. And because these are not on solid ground, they're not on the ground, it's worth supporting them underneath if you can. So that's what these little angle brackets are going to do. And also I'm conscious that these have bigger tubes. These are more powerful candles. The other ones have only had like 11mm tubes. These are 19mm tubes, so almost the same as, like the 20mm tubes you get in cakes. So there's a bit more power in these, there's a bit more recoil. I'm going to support them a little bit better. I'm going to be using thicker cable ties for starters and more gaffer tape and things. So, and I'm making sure these are away from they're on the back side of here. They can't fall towards the audience. So There's supports for those two. I'll probably put one in for this one as well, which I want to have. Oh, again, got that upside down. Very easy to do with these Northern Light ones because it's shiny on there as well as on that side. So we'll bring this one down to about there, and then we'll put another couple of little brackets on the bottom of here just to support this a bit more. That might be one I've bent previously. Let's try and find a slightly less bent one. That's bent as well. So they are intentionally, I do bend these intentionally to butt up against fireworks that have different angles or things like that. So there we go. Great. So before I attach these, I'm just going to check that the fuses are not on the side. They are on the top. I mean, I've literally fired these only a few weeks ago, so I know the fuses are on top on these. But they're the same as the other ones, so no quick match on these, I'm afraid. Just Visco into a Visco bundle, which we'll open up before we attach them, and you guys can see. I think from memory, I think there's the 19 tubes in here. I can't remember. We'll count them in a minute and we'll see. So yeah, Visco fuse into a Visco bundle. 1, 2, 3, 5. In fact, let's tell you what, let's take this sticky paper off. This paper keeps all the fuses together, which is kind of what you want, but I'm going to be foiling over the top of them anyway when I've connected igniters to them, so that's going to hold all the Visco in place. So I'm just going to very carefully take this off without pulling any of the fuses out. And because there's so many tubes in here, as you'd expect, there are so many Visco fuses. And this is one thing to check, like at the end of your display, obviously you need to check, has everything fired as it should? And with cakes, it's quite easy to determine if shots have fired or not. Especially if you do keep the paper topper on, you can tell if shots haven't gone off because the paper is still intact on part of the cake. With candles, it's a little bit more difficult to see if all the tubes are fired. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. There are 19 tubes here. And obviously, as a result, 19 fuses, all in a mishmash in the top there. It is quite possible that one of these fuses doesn't take, and so one tube of effects doesn't go off. And because there's 300 and how many shots are in here? 380 shots. You're not going to be counting these shots as they go off. When cakes go off in my display, I know how many shots should go off, and so I'm counting them to know like when the next fireworks should start and things like that. When it comes to 380 fast firing shots, there's no way you can count whether 380 shots have gone off. So when you come to dismantle your display, just have a check along the top, obviously not straight away. Leave this for a good half an hour, if not longer, and then just check down the tubes. Just check if there's any Visco still visible. If you've got any tubes where there's Visco still visible, that tube has not ignited, and so the firework hasn't fully been used, and so your best way is to dunk this in water, leave it overnight, and then dispose of it as you would normally, because it's still technically a live firework if one of the tubes or two of the tubes haven't gone off. So yep, there's the mishmash of fountains on the top. So to electronically fire that little Visco fuse that was sticking up, you could clip a talon onto that, or you could E-match, and you could use a combination of E-match and what I briefly mentioned earlier, which is this tape match, sticky match. It's basically sellotape, but it has a line of black powder down it. Don't know if you can see that on that camera. You can probably actually, if we cut to the close-up camera, because hey, that's what it's there for. That's tape match, sometimes called sticky match. Really useful. Burns like quick match, so it burns really fast. Sticks to fuse, you can fold it over and stick it to itself. Really good stuff, but again, quite specialist. So I don't talk about it an awful lot because you need to know what you're doing. But you could use that across the top of the candle to make sure all those fuses ignite, and that's what I'll be doing. But tape match, quick match is very susceptible to sparks. So if you are going to use it anywhere, make sure you foil over the top after you've done so, and that'll just prevent it from prematurely igniting as a result of sparks falling. So there we go. That was that one. Let's take the top off. This one again, we kind of know what this is like because we've already done the exact same firework on the other two candle sides. So this will be the same. This will be a single disco fuse going into a fuse bundle. Which it is. There we go. You can see there's a bit of tape there just holding all those fuses together, but it's essentially exactly the same. Also some sellotape on there. Random bit of sellotape all the way down there. Not quite sure why, but that can come off as well. It's not doing anything structurally to hold this firework together. So that's going to go in the middle, and then the other blues and twos on here. I say there's some weight in here. 304 grams just of net explosive content, but the overall weight is quite heavy. Have we weighed one of these yet? Shall I go and get my wife's scales? I can't remember if we weighed one of those. I don't know if we have. Bear with me a second, folks. I'm going to get borrow, in inverted commas, my wife's kitchen scales and see what the weight of these candles is. Okay, so I'm back with my wife's kitchen scales. It might take off that phrase, I don't know. Yeah, I'm back with another exclusive kind of phrase took off, but I'm back with my wife's kitchen scales. I don't know, maybe it'll take off, who knows. Right, let's turn this on. Let's get rid of all the flour that's on here. Right, so the weight of this, of course, it's probably not going to stand up, so I'm going to have to try and... Oh, there we go. It's over a kilogram. You can't see that on the camera, but it says 1084 grams. So just... Oh, hang on, that's millilitres. There we go. Over 1,000 millilitres in this candle, folks. Let's try and get this on some... There we go. Grams. We're now in grams. Okay, 1,084 grams. So, yeah, just over a kilogram of weight in here. So the powder weight, 304, but the overall weight, over a kilogram. So there is some weight in here. You are going to need to support it if you're not doing it flat on the ground, which I'm not. These are going to be raised up because I'm using them on these frames, these candle frames. Those are going to be staked into the ground. So that's why I'm supporting these underneath, because there's a lot of weight, which if I was just using gaffer tape, they could sag, they could fall. If I was using cable ties and gaffer tape, again, the same. So supporting them underneath is a really useful thing to do. I'm going to just return these to the kitchen before my wife knows. I mean, my wife's not going to notice these are missing. I mean, it's 10 past 11. She'll have been in bed hours ago. She's heavily pregnant. But I will put these back nonetheless so that I don't forget. So bear with me. The good thing though about having a radio mic is that I can still talk to you even if I'm kind of in the other room, which is nice. Anyway, I'm back, everybody. Right, so there we go. We know how heavy they are now. Quite heavy. I should have done these ones. These are nowhere near as heavy, but those blues and twos. Do you see all the sawdust come out there? I was talking about sawdust before, wasn't I? There you go. You can see. So once you take the tops off candles, try and keep them upright if you can. Otherwise, all the sawdust is going to come out and get a little bit messy. For now, though, I'm going to get some cable ties on those, which actually would have been easier if I'd raised that candle up, because I'm not going to be able to get the cable ties underneath now. Let me see if I've got a few little bits of wood I can just put underneath to raise this one up, which I have. So just to allow me to slot cable ties underneath. There we go. That's okay. That will work. Right. I need some bigger cable ties. Having got rid of all those cable ties before, folks, thinking I wasn't going to need them, I now do need them. So yeah, for these big 19mm ones, I'm going to use some more substantial cable ties. These ones are 400mm long, but they're 5mm thick. But again, I'm going to be using a combination of cable ties and gaffer tape, so I'm not just relying on one securing method. Actually though, on the middle candle, which you probably need to cable tie in first, I am going to use the slightly shorter black ones that I've been using on those other candles that are the same. So I'll put one around here. Like that. Put one in the middle. Like that. And put one towards the bottom. A little bit like that. Right, the bigger ones, I'm going to use these bigger cable ties with. I'm going to get one in near the top. Like that. One midway down. And one towards the base. That's good, and do the same on the other side. So I need another 3 of those. One near the top. One in the middle. And one towards the bottom. There we go. Right, I'll cut the excess off those. But before I gaffer these, I'm going to turn this frame around and get the other candles on, and then I can gaffer around the whole lot. So I really need to empty my little rubbish box here is getting quite full. I need to empty that out before the next stream. Right. Okay, so we're going to flip this over and we're going to get the northern. So on the other side, the northern lights are going to be going in a W formation. So the other side of this and there and there. We'll get those on and then we'll work out how we're going to fit on the spinner candles as well. For now, oh yeah, there's some weight in that now. Well, of course, we already know they're a kilogram each. There's 2 kilograms alone with just those. So I'll put that there. Make sure I get these the right way round. So there, in fact, I need to take the top off these as well. Before I do, it's just easy to do vertically here rather than when they're attached to the frame. There's one. "14 people still here watching, so I appreciate everybody because I know it's like 11:15 here at night now in the UK. So thanks for sticking with me. Thanks if you've been watching the entire stream. We started at 7:30, so it's going to be like a 4.5 hour stream tonight. Not the longest stream I've ever done, but you know, it's up there. I think that'll take me to about 16.5 hours of streaming in the last week, which is not bad, is it? Plenty of content to go back and watch, and hopefully it's not too repetitive. So if you've not said hi yet in the chat, if you're watching and haven't said hi, or a bit scared to say hi. It's like, oh, I don't want to say hi. I don't bite. Say hi, I'll say back. I'll say hi back. I love hearing from people in the chat, so yeah, feel free to say hi. Let me know you're watching. Maybe let me know where you're watching from if you're not in the UK. I know people from all around the world watch my streams and comment on my streams and videos and stuff. And hey, everybody's welcome. Yes, I'm in the UK. Yes, I talk primarily about UK fireworks, but everybody's welcome here. Right, those are the 3 Northern Lights whistle ones. So I want to get those in here, here, and here. Leaving a little bit of space there. Right, that's good. So I'll get a few more supports in the bases of these. The whistle ones I think are going to be part of the finale. The other ones, the red ones, so I've got these 3 red mines that are going to be on the 3 candle sites going vertically. I'm thinking I'm going to use them in combination, if you watch my other streams about the fountains, with the red strobe, the red blinkers and the red blink fountains. I'm thinking those red mine ones might look quite good and just have a little sort of scene of all various different kind of red effects. So I'm thinking of using that in there. The blues and 2s are good enough to probably just use on their own with not much else going on for at least part of it. Whether I'll do, because they last 53 seconds, whether I'll do a whole 53 seconds of just those, probably not, because I don't want the audience to get bored of any bits. So I'll certainly do a section where it's just those on their own, but then we'll probably introduce something else, maybe some fountains along the front. I like to sort of mix between low-level stuff, high-level stuff, stuff at the front, the fountains, stuff at the back with the candles and the cakes, and keep the audience interested that way. So haven't quite worked out exactly how I'm going to where I'm going to use everything yet in this display, but it will all come together, I've no doubt. There we go. So 3 more these little brackets to go in. And a big welcome as well, if you're not watching this live, you're watching it on the replay. Obviously, live, I can interact with you guys in the chat. If you're watching on the replay, I can't say hello to you personally because you can't post in the chat. But you can leave a comment on this video, because it will be a video. Now, at the moment it's live, but when you're watching the replay, it'll be a video. You can leave a comment. I do read them. I try to respond to as many as I can. There used to be a time where I was able to respond to every single comment on every single video, but my channel's getting quite big now. But I do try my best to, I certainly read everyone. I do my best to reply to as many as I possibly can. So do say hi. Let me know that you're watching this, when you're watching it. Somebody actually commented on one of my live streams from 3 years ago, I think this afternoon, saying, hey, I'm watching this live stream 3 years later. Hello. And I said hello back. So right, so I'm going to cable tie these on as well. It's going to be a little bit more tricky now because, of course, there's already things cable tied on underneath. But my cable ties, are these cable ties long enough? Or am I going to have to go for the even longer ones? Maybe I will. Let's have a little look. Yeah, I'm going to go for the even longer ones. So they were 400mm long. Oh, and my camera's just, one of my cameras has gone off. Oh, never mind, we got other cameras. We can, let's switch temporarily to, oh, it's come back on. I don't know what that's doing. My camera just decided to do a little reboot. So let's see if that comes back on. But we're on multicam here, so I'm still here, folks. And there we go, my other camera's come back on. I don't know what happened there. There we go, it's back. There we go. Everything's good again. Right, so I need some slightly longer cable ties. So we'll bring out the big boys, the 500mm by 8mm. So these are even bigger. And these will go around both. Quite nicely. I am going to be gaffer taping as well, don't worry folks. And of course I'm being careful not to over tighten any of these cable ties. That's good. So I need 3 for the other side. One more on this one. There we go. And then this middle one, I might be able to use the slightly shorter ones on these because I've not got a big candle underneath. Let's have a look. It's close. I think I'd rather prefer to use the extra long ones, the ones that are 8mm thick as well. Not going to do any harm. One, two, did I get another one out? Yes, I did. There it is. And we'll do this one there. Right, so let me just... I've realised I missed a lot of chat. A lot of my chat suddenly stopped working on this screen. And I was thinking, nobody's in the chat, but I've realised it's still going over here. So bear with me. Let's catch up on a little chat. I've not missed a lot, but I've missed a little bit. Ever consider getting a few jumping jelly beans fountains for display and mounting them high up? I think that'd be awesome. Yes, and there are some in this display. We've not got onto them yet. So we've looked at the fountains, we've looked at cakes, we're now looking at candles. The next thing is to look at my lower level ground stuff, and I have got some jelly bean fountains that I am going to be raising up in this show. I actually put them in the show last year and they didn't fire at all. Not quite sure why, but the fireworks themselves are fine. The igniters on them just didn't go. So I'm going to put them in this show this year. So we will cover those in probably the next stream. We'll look at some of the lower level bits and bobs I'm going to add into this show. So yes, jelly bean fountains. Jelly bean fountains, for those of you who don't know, they're like little fountains, but different coloured blobs kind of come out. They kind of spill out. So you rarely get jelly bean fountains where you get height on them. They just kind of fall out the top. So yes, you do want to raise those off the ground, and I will be. So yes, there's some of those coming up. Just a question, says Jaden Phillips, transporting a lot of fireworks like that in a car, would you have to have different car insurance for it? There's ADR regulations if you're transporting a lot of fireworks, but this is nowhere near those limits. Your insurance should be okay. If in doubt, check with your insurer first. Hashtag wife kitchen scales. Brad says, yes, let's make this go viral. And yes, roll on bonfire night. Says Cluis22. Welcome in, Cluis22. Distorted encounter. I'm 3 hours late, but it's good to see you're still going. Twitching for bonfire night myself. Yeah, lots of people have been saying that in the chat, that they are looking forward to bonfire night and it can't come soon enough. Let me see if I can reload that and see if that helps. Right. And Sparky Power, I just got back. What jelly bean fountains do you have? I have the standard Spectrum ones this year. And I think that's the ones I've got as well. Let me have a little look because they're in a box over here. Yes, they are. They're Spectrum. Yep, standard Spectrum. There's a number of different jelly bean fountains out there. Can Bolton do one? Standard do one? Standard do a few actually. So yeah, the three I've got are the standard ones. I say I bought them last year to use in the display last year. They didn't fire. They're still perfectly safe to use, so I'm going to put them in this display and use them up that way. So apologies that chat kind of cut off for a little while there. I have now caught up on chat. So thank you all for still being here. Let's cut these off here. But in terms of transporting, let's go back to talking about transporting fireworks in cars. It also depends where you live as well. If you live near bridges and tunnels, sometimes bridges and tunnels have restrictions that you can't take fireworks through the tunnel or over the bridge. So always check. I know when I used to live in Liverpool, the Mersey tunnels, you're not meant to, you're not allowed to take fireworks through there, any quantity. Even if you took like a packet of sparklers or something, it's technically fireworks and you're not meant to take them through. They're prohibited items to take through a tunnel. So always just check if your route from your house to where you're doing your display goes through any tunnels or across any bridges. Just check the regulations for those particular bridges or tunnels that they do allow you to take fireworks through. Otherwise you might have to do a bit of a detour. Oh, there we go. I've got chat back on here as well. Sparkle Power says awesome. That's great. I don't know why chat stopped on that screen, but hey, it's back running again. So that's good. My computer didn't freeze this time. Yesterday, 2 days ago, when I did this stream, my computer ran out of memory, which has never happened before. It's a very powerful MacBook, but yeah, it just froze because it had run out of memory. So hey, there we go. But we carried on. You could still see me. You could still hear me. It's just I couldn't see the chat. But now I can see the chat on both screens, so we're good again. Right. So those are those attached to that. Again, there is some weight in this candle frame now. The only other thing I've got to get on here now are the three spinners, and I need to work out where I'm going to get those in, because space is kind of running out. Thinking I might get one in there, one in the other side, and then one up the middle. I think I'm going to do it like that. Actually, have I got enough slack in these cable ties to slot this in? I don't know if I have. Oh, I might have. Oh, that's very nice. Again, I'm going to gaffer tape it as well, folks. Don't think I'm just relying on cable ties, but I might just be able to get that in there like that. I might need my I'll show you in a second, guys. I know I'm kind of covering the camera at the moment, but that will go in there. That's good. See if I can do the same on this side without hitting all my other things. Apologies, my head's in the way again. What am I like? See if I can get it under this one. Yep. That's good. Needs to come down there a little bit. And just move away from here. That's pretty good. So they're not going to, if you can see, they're not going to fall out there. They're not particularly solid at the moment. I need to gaffer tape them, but they're not going to, they can't fall out of there at least. Brad says, I entered the annual firework giveaway a few hours ago that my retailer in Stockton does. They're going to be giving the Club Royale crate and a perpetual motion compound to the winner. Wow, that's that's a pretty good prize, isn't it? Well, good luck to you. Right, so those two are in there. I've got to get one more in, which I will have to do kind of on the side of one of these. But that will be fine. That will need... Can I fit that in? Will it fit in between one of here? Oh, it will do. Will it fit under this one? There's another benefit of not doing the cable ties too tight. There we go. That kind of works. Well, it will work. I can go down a little bit lower like that. Brilliant. Well, that was relatively simple. So yeah, I just need to gaffer tape that all together there, but I'm happy with that. There is some weight in that, but that will be fine. It's balanced, so when I hammer that into the ground, that's going to be fine. If I do have concerns that it might fall, I can always put additional stakes in to tape and, you know, cable tie those stakes onto it, but that's going to be fine. I'm happy with that. So I now need to try and get some gaffer tape around these various bits. Gonna need quite a big length, I think, on the gaffer tape. Where should we start? Let's start about here. Didn't do that very tight. Never mind, we'll go around underneath there. And I've done that far too long. It didn't need to be that long on that gaffer tape. That's good. It's going to be tricky getting down here, isn't it? So I may not be able to do them too low down, but it will be fine. Use my ruler to just push the gaffer tape down without it touching these other ones. There we go, that's good. And that goes around there like so. Right, that's good on those. Let's get the gaffer tape in on these ones. I know some people ask, do you have to use gaffer tape? Do you have to use duct tape? Can you just use sellotape? I wouldn't use sellotape, it's not very strong. You can potentially use parcel tape, but this melts really, really easily. So I don't really recommend you use that. I do use that quite a lot for taping cables, igniters and stuff to the side of fireworks. But generally speaking, get some good quality gaffer tape, duct tape to tape your bits and bobs together. "17 likes now. A couple more of you click like. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Say it's free. Doesn't cost you anything to click the like button. And it just lets YouTube know that you're enjoying this content and that, you know, maybe they should push it out to a few more people. Didn't quite go all the way around. Let's do a little bit more on that. Didn't tape the bottoms of these to the little bracket, so we'll do that. And we'll flip this over and do this on the other side as well. pretty good. Yep, they're all nicely secured in. What I might just do is just add, yeah, going to add in a little bit extra just to keep these spinners stuck onto the side of those ones there. We'll do the same on this side as well. There we go. That's pretty good. They're not going anywhere. They're all good. So there we go. Those are my 3 candle sites that have now been built. These ones, I was going to attach these, but yeah, I think I'm going to just do these separately. I'll do them with a big long stake, like a 60cm stake on there, cable tied on, gaffer taped on. It'll be absolutely fine. Because again, there's some weight in those. Don't really want to add those to these frames. These frames are going to be okay as they are. Whew, so we actually got more done on this stream than I was expecting. You know, I didn't even know if we get through all these, but we did. So what is there still left to do now for this display in terms of prep? What day is my display on? First of all, say Sparkle Power. It's on Sunday, the 2nd of November. Does anyone also love the smell of the gunpowder smoke? And there needs to be a link spray with that exact smell, says Brad. Yeah, I do like the smoke. I do like the smell of fireworks as they're going off. What I don't like is when you dismantle a firework display, so you've got all the empties in the back of your vehicle and you drive back, the smell of the empties isn't great, but the smell of the smoke when they actually go off, yeah, I really like. The smell I used to remember most about fireworks, don't know if this is the same for you, you used to be able to get, I mean, you can still get coloured sparklers, which was such a novelty as a kid, because normally sparklers are just, you know, silver and gold. But you used to be able to get coloured sparklers. And the blue ones, the blue sparklers used to let off such a smell. It was like, you know, you could really feel it at the back of your throat. I can't even describe the smell from the blue coloured sparklers you used to be able to get like in the 90s and stuff. They were great fun, but oh, they, yeah, you could feel them on the back of your throat, those. Love the smell of gunpowder in the air. Yeah, I do like that on bonfire night, just going for a walk. And just, you know, the smell. It's like when we do my live stream from my back garden, we let off some fireworks and stuff, but then we keep streaming and we have jacket potato and stuff, and there's still fireworks going off, and you know, the smell in the air, yes, it's there's nothing like it, is there, really? So yeah, so what's left to do? So my fountain tables are done, they're complete, with the exception of the Catherine wheels that I've not put on yet, but other than that, fountain tables, check. My cakes are all topped. But I do still need to fix them into the cake boxes, which I still need to do. So that's something we might do on the next stream, perhaps. Candles are now pretty much done. Obviously, I've still got to fuse them, but the candles are attached, which is good. I've still got to do my ground level stuff, my low level stuff. So there's going to be some single shots. There's going to be what I'm going to call like a field of fountains. How that's going to look, I don't know, but lots and lots of little tiny fountains. I think about 13 of them are going to be kind of dotted around and all go off together, and they're going to crackle and be hopefully quite cool. So we'll see. There's going to be some single shots as well I need to get ready as well. So still quite a bit more to do. There's only 8 days to go to the display. So I've still got to do all that prep, and I've still got to actually design the show, the firing order, script it all, test it all. And so, yeah, quite a bit more to do. So there we go. That's what I wanted to do on this stream. That's kind of what we've done. If you missed any of this stream, I say after about half an hour into the stream, we talked about classic fireworks and their response to my question on safety. And the response might well shock you. So that might be something you want to go back and check. If you're new to my channel and you've enjoyed the past, we've been going over 4 hours now. If you've enjoyed this, then do give it a thumbs up. Let YouTube know that you like it. Subscribe if you've not already subscribed. I will be doing more live streams over the next 7 days or so. Pyro Chef is here. Hello, welcome in, Pyro Chef. Of course, not a real chef. He's in Sheffield. He's not actually a chef. But there we go. Hi, Mark. Just got home and quickly caught up on the... There we go. We were just talking about that. The F225 developments. Classics response, not exactly a classic response. Yes, I agree. I was very shocked by that. But thanks for catching up on that. Pyro Chef was actually the one that first pointed out that those fountains, even though the category F2, were 25 metre safety distance. I didn't even pick up on that. But Pyro Chef watched the replay, emailed me and said, did you know about this? I was like, oh, no, I didn't. Let's look into it. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention, and we brought that to Classics' attention, and well, you've seen Classics' response to that. So there we go. So I hope you've had a good evening. Thanks for I know we're about to finish this stream soon, but there's 4 hours you can go back and rewatch, and we've had a bit of fun on this stream as well. So I hope you can catch up on that. So yeah, do subscribe to my channel if you've not already. I know most of you have, but if you've not, subscribe. Enable notifications. That way when I do go live, which won't be tomorrow because I'm actually doing a show tomorrow, but it might well be Sunday. I don't know yet. But subscribe, enable notifications, and YouTube will let you know. If you super chatted tonight, I know we've only had one super chat, but thank you so much for that. Some mad random person, I know he's gone, but he might watch the replay. Everybody that did super chat, you get your name on this candle. So some mad random person has got their name on this candle. Everybody that super chatted on the other stream has got their name on here. So Carlos, Kamara Brocade, Bulletproof Mum, Charlie 808, Craig Whiteman and Cameron. Your name is on fireworks that will be used in this display. When I set all this up, I will take a picture of these in position so you can kind of see where these are in the display. But so thank you so much. It's a great way to support my channel. Never expected, but always appreciated. So thank you so much. If you're watching on the replay, you probably can't click the super chat because there's probably not a super chat button there on the replay. But in the description, there is PayPal. It's paypal.me/thegreatmarko. Anything received goes back into making this channel even better, bringing you guys more content, better equipment, and all those kind of things. And hopefully my channel can grow. It is already growing, but can go from strength to strength. And I can keep bringing you great, family-friendly, safe, responsible firework content for many years to come. I hope so. I enjoy doing it. I know you guys enjoy watching it. So thank you. So I know we said we'd go to midnight, but we've kind of come to a bit of a natural point. So there's no point in starting anything new for the last 17 minutes. So we can answer more questions if there's more questions in the chat. If not, then we will very soon say goodnight. I hope you guys are all going to have a great weekend. I say I've got a display tomorrow that I'm crewing for. It's not my own display. I crew for a couple of different professional display companies, and I'm crewing for one of those tomorrow for a display, not a particularly big display, but a display nonetheless. We are into that season now, and with Bonfire Night being slap bang in the middle of the week, in a couple of weeks' time, it means that there's displays on Bonfire Night, the weekend before, the weekend after, all over the place. I've got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 shows coming up over the next 2 weeks, one of which, of course, is my own display that you've seen all this prep for, that's taking place in Liverpool on the 2nd of November. But I've got shows either side of that as well with other companies. So do I have any other platforms, says Sparkle Pat? That's a great question. No, I don't. I am just on YouTube. I don't post firework content anywhere else. I know some people do, but to be fair, there are so many different social media platforms now. I've not got time to keep up with all those. YouTube works for me. I know it works for you guys. So yes, I do have an Instagram account, but I've never posted anything on it. Yes, I do have Facebook, but I don't post firework stuff on that. It's just for kind of friends and people I actually know. So I don't do TikTok either. I'm a little bit too old. I'm 45, guys. I'm a little bit old for that. YouTube works for me. I'd rather than spread myself thinly across different platforms, I'd rather kind of put all my efforts into making one platform kind of really work. So you'll find all my stuff on YouTube. You won't find it anywhere else. It's just on YouTube. But that's a great question. Nobody's ever actually asked me that. But yeah, just YouTube and, well, PayPal. I guess that's another platform, but I don't actually do anything on that. But there's PayPal available if you want to support my channel. Do you plan on visiting Japan one day to watch the fireworks shows? Some of the shows are absolutely incredible, very intricate. There's lots of places that do amazing fireworks I'd love to get to. There's a big one in Malta that looks epic, Les Fallas. Then there's also, yeah, China, Japan, all those kind of ones. Will I ever get out there? I don't know, is the answer. I'm not a big fan of travelling, to be honest. I don't mind travelling, but it doesn't really kind of... I like getting somewhere. I don't like the process of... I like being somewhere. I don't like the process of getting somewhere. Let's put it like that. So no worries, all good here. Yes, absolutely. I think YouTube works for you guys as well. So there we go. I do use stuff on YouTube, but I've been starting doing some YouTube shorts as well. So there's some short form content, some long form content. I believe YouTube are going to be introducing a feature soon where you can actually live stream in both landscape and vertical format at the same time, which would be great for people watching on mobile devices. So as soon as that feature becomes available, I'll probably enable that, and then that way we can do stuff in portrait and landscape. Although actually in this split screen thing, I'm kind of portrait and landscape, aren't I? But anyway, let's go back to that camera. We don't need the overhead camera anymore. So yeah, so we'll see. So YouTube are kind of doing new stuff, new features all the time, some of which are quite exciting, some of which haven't been released yet, but when they are, it'll be quite cool. So I'm going to stick with YouTube for the moment. It kind of works for me. I don't want to spread myself too thinly, and I haven't really got time to be regularly posting content to loads of different stuff without like duplicating it and things. So YouTube works. So if you want to share this out to people that you know like fireworks, this is a good place, I think, to be. So there we go. I think we've caught up on all the questions now. We're not that close away from midnight anyway. We've been going over 4 hours, like 15 minutes. So I'm going to wrap this up, but I will return. It's like the end of James Bond movies where I say James Bond will return, ... I will return very soon, not tomorrow, might be Sunday. There'll be more stuff next week as well. So I hope you'll join me then. Thank you so much for your company this evening on this Friday. Do have a great weekend. If you're going out to any displays this weekend, probably a bit early for most of you, but stay safe, have a great time, stay nice and warm. I'm going to try and do the same when I'm out tomorrow doing a display, and we'll see you all again here very soon. But for now, thanks for your company. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting my channel. Thanks for watching. Thanks for everyone that's chatted tonight, everyone that's commented, and those that super chat as well. So thank you very much. I'm going to say night-night and see you all again very soon. So bye-bye for now.